Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, April the 8th. My mic is on now, so I'm doing a sound check. You guys can hear me? All right. All right, guys. Well, interesting day. The SPY is up just a little bit, but what intrigues me is that the airlines and the cruisers are kind of flying here. You know, this sort of reminds me of a day in which the SPY should be really up a lot more. But you take a look at CCL and RCL and AAL and all, and they're actually up quite a bit. So I'm a little surprised at this action. But anyway, again, once the market opens, have to see where these things go. So now we got a lot of China news, of course, a lot of allegations about fraud. I think a lot of these China stocks, I'm not alone in this, I'm sure, but a lot of these China stocks are going to be really under a lot of scrutiny now, a lot of doubt. So the latest one, of course, was TAL, though it has bounced a little bit here. I mean, it was all the way down. Well, not actually, it's bounced a lot. It was down to $38 after hours yesterday, back up to 50. The other one, EDU, usually trades in tandem with it. And then GSX, another China education stock. So they're all kind of being painted with the same brush. But also, of course, IQ yesterday. Fraud allegations for IQ. This is actually bounced quite a bit. This was all the way down to 15.59. It's almost getting back to even. The other one was HUYA. So all the China stocks are going to be under a lot of scrutiny now. So other than those, again, with these little investment funds, just, you know, there's a whole bunch of them. TWO. I mean, these have been in the news for quite a bit now over the last couple of weeks. TWO, MITT. And that's a fairly low float too. 31 million in the float for MITT. A lot of the other ones, they're cheap with big floats, but this one is cheap with a fairly low float. NRZ. Let's take a look at our NRZ. You see a lot bigger, like it's almost $500 million in the float. And IVR, again, I'm just looking at a few of these. There's got to be a lot of them right now, but all like 127 million. So MITT is the one that, you know, if it really gets going, just because of the float situation, and lots of room, of course. The 200-day moving average is way up here, so that's not an issue. So other than those, MBRX, virus play, huge virus play. Look at this, up 170%. It was a 54-cent stock yesterday. So this is a virus play. And let's see, a lot of room, of course. Should say a lot of room. On that monthly chart, looks like there's quite a bit of resistance around 2. The 200-day moving average is, well, it's way above it. Okay, so it broke right through that 200-day moving average. EFC is another one. Excuse me, EFC. Other activities related to real estate. So I kind of lump this in with the rest of those little investment ones. So. But it's a fairly low float, 26 million in the float. It's up 53%, decent volume, great volume, in fact. And look, a ton of room, like a ton of room if it wants to keep going. Let's see, INSG. So it appears that they have their guidance is for Q1 is above consensus. So I don't think I'm not sure how to read this. May the 6th post-market, so I'm not sure if they actually released or that's an old. Well, this looks like it was released I'm sorry, May. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not in May yet. We're still April. So it doesn't look like they announced till May, but they're guiding ahead of time. And it's not a low float, but it's not crazy high, 68 million. So this got over 8, lots of room if it wants to keep going. and that's the INSG. Delta, really? Delta reports this morning? We have April 21st. I don't see any information that they're reporting twice. We still have April 21st. Somebody's asking about Oxy in the YouTube feed. Well, look, I mean, Oxy, at some point, I mean, if it ever takes out that 15, 20 odd, I mean, you can see right there. I mean, look at the daily chart. That's kind of right where it's stalling. I'll put an alert there. I don't think it's going to happen today, but I will put a price alert. I don't think it's going to happen today, but if you can just see, I mean, yesterday, back on this day, right there almost, this day, this was a topping tail above it, but yeah, I mean, if it takes it out at some point. Yeah, I just wanted to get to eHealth also. EHTH, big gap down for eHealth. And flirting with that 200-day moving average, 94.48, 94.50. So what did it get down to? Yeah, it almost got there. You can see it just, what's the low right there is 95. Yeah, so the low is 90. So the low right there was 95, and the 200-day moving average is 94.48. So it's, let's see if it can, if that 200-day moving average holds. Yeah, so again, unfortunately, I have to make this general announcement probably all day long again. So if you're new to the room and you cannot see my screen clearly in the bottom third or so, it's kind of blurry, you have to be using Chrome as your browser. If you can find the tech support tab, I do have the instructions. You should be using Chrome as your browser. And go to your Chrome browser settings, those three little dots, click on those. And then scroll down to where you see Advanced. Click on Advanced, scroll down a little bit more. Basically, you have to disable the hardware accelerator. And once you do that, close the browser down and then reopen it, and everything should be okay. Yeah, Momo up and Momo down are part of the scans I share, absolutely. You know, right in here in the scans tab, scans tab, right there. All the scans I'm sharing, just click on the scans tab within the trading room or the half open folder. Looks like it's called Room Drive. It looks like a half open folder and scans that I share, download, okay? And what'll happen is this will go to a Word document, then you can look at them all at your leisure. Everything is linkable within that Word document. All right, so the SPY is holding here, just modestly up. Another one that was, now I don't know what it's doing right now. It popped up and it was pulled back. Yeah, I shouldn't say hate, but I really dislike having to even mention these ones, but here it goes. MYO, very, very low float, 2.6 million in the float. Decent volume for 2.6 million in the float. It popped all the way up to almost $6. It is pulled way back now. I am pretty sure this is a virus. I can't tell if it's a virus play. Just trying to look to see on the news. Reports accelerating growth in the MyoPro pipeline. Yeah, it is a virus play. Okay, so this is another virus play, MYO. So guys, on my watch list, I mixed emotions right now about auto trading it. Okay, I do have it on right now, and I have changed the time to 15 after the hour. Okay, so I've reduced it from 30 to 15 minutes, and I'm gonna kind of watch to see how the market is doing. So the reason I've moved it from 30 to 15 is because when they finally triggered after 30 minutes, they were already very extended, you know, because of the way the market has been. So I decided and I'm just going to see. The bottom line still remains, it's a watch list for me. You know, remember, I only started doing this auto trading it on just to demonstrate how you can do it. It wasn't so much that I want to do it, it's just demonstrating how you can do it. But the bottom line still remains, this is a watch list for me. And if you want to follow along all day long, all you have to do is in the channel bar, just click on, or sorry, in the toolbar or on the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows. All right. And remember, this is a layout. Everything in a channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything in the channel bar, because your layout will disappear. I can always say it's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Well, they were supposed to meet tomorrow. I don't know what in terms of the oil, the Saudis and Russia were supposed to meet tomorrow. That was the last I heard, whether that's going to happen. Okay, guys, there's MBRX just taking out the pre-market high now. MBRX. Again, it's it's not a super low float, 30 million in the float. All right, what time is it? 9:17. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. I'll see if I can get some of them in. If there are too many, I'm just going to look at the Goldman ones. Actually, there are not that many upgrades. Did you reload though? Did you close the browser down, T-Bone, and then reload it? And you're using Chrome? Remember, you have to shut it down. You have to close your browser. Close your browser and then reopen it for the effects to take place, for the effect to take place that you've disabled it. All right, I'm just going to concentrate on the Goldman upgrades and downgrades. MBRX still maintaining the over that pre-market. Well, it's at the pre-market high. All right, I think there are 3 that I can see from Goldman right now in terms of upgrades: MWA, Aqua, and CSX. Now we'll get the downgrades in. Yeah, just one downgrade I see, XYL. I just see one downgrade. Oh, no, that's it. No, Lawrence, no. Holly never makes any decisions or alerts until at least 9:35. Nothing in the pre-market, Lawrence. There was a question I had from the YouTube feed, wondering when Holly starts making alerts. And that's not until at least, I've never seen one before 9:35. And again, guys, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you have to hop in it right away. It's been a struggle because of the way the market has been moving up and down 2, 3, 400 points intraday. You know, it's a real struggle right now for these algos. You know, they're still trying to learn, but I mean, you know, you get into something long, all of a sudden the market drops 300 points, you're out, and then it pops up 300 points. Would have still been in it, but you know, the algo doesn't know all that, so it's very, very difficult right now. That's why even with my watch list, though I have to admit, up until the last 2 days, the watch list, even on auto entry, was performing incredibly well. Just the last couple of days has been a bit of a challenge. So I actually have fewer stocks in the watch list this morning. Try to pare it down. Yeah, it's just not based. It just doesn't work that way, Lawrence. It might be nice, but it just doesn't work that way. I mean, you do understand the concept of what the AI is all about. I mean, basically, there are about 50 strategies. They get optimized every day. And, you know, if a filter meets and the optimization procedure takes place once the market closes every day, runs through the optimization procedure, and then today, so what happened last night, went through the optimization procedure. Today, oh, I see, just dreaming. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Is there a reason the channel bar is blank? Try again, Phil. Because I just checked. My channel bar is. Oh, I didn't reload. No, I just clicked on new channel bar. And there it is. Everything is in here. I didn't reload. I just clicked on it again. Just try it again. Do I get any of you? Personally, no, I don't get anything from, I know what Earnings Whispers is, but another one that's gapping down, guys, is Wayfair, W. Do I ever buy pre-market? Yes. Ever. Or sometimes, yes. I haven't. I almost took IQ this morning. I was thinking, you know what? With all the China news now, and fraud allegations and I think there's obviously, I'm not the first one to say this, or I'm not going to be the last one, but there's just a huge cloud over all these China stocks now. I don't think a lot of people will just not going to trust them. And so I almost took this short of IQ, but I was watching to see how well it held underneath 16. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Not really, show. I mean, I can't remember the last time it alerted on OTC. Okay, most people don't want to trade OTC stocks. Okay, pink sheets. So certainly in this room, anyway. ZM is not Chinese. Zoom? No, I don't think it is. No, it's not Chinese. San Jose? No, no. Levi actually is, I think it was an earnings play. Just give me a second here. Yeah, slowing down. I've got 500 in my top list. Levi is actually an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, April 7th post market. So Levi is an earnings play. Not a big float either, 55 million. I remember they did Levi did an IPO back here. This is back in man, it seems like a decade ago, but it was March of, excuse me, a little over a year ago. Yeah, there you can I can certainly short it at IQ, but I'm short at IQ. I can short tons of yeah. Actually, I was a little bit surprised when I looked this morning. I wasn't sure if they would make it unshortable. Just put the big red dot there, but no, it is lots of shares available to short for IQ at Interactive Brokers, 1.5 million shares. So, but I did hold off. I was really, really thinking about this and thinking, you know what? Because yesterday it got all the way down to 1450. All right, guys. Now, yesterday at my peril, I did not, or to my detriment, I guess, YGYI did not want to talk about it. Um, in the pre-market, it was up, but it was so cheap, and I just didn't think it would do anything. And of course, man, oh man, I mean, it ran all the way to 276. Even after hours, it got up to 289. It is pulling now. It's pulled back quite a bit here. It's down 17%, but you never know. Look at that. So why I'm saying all this? Why am I saying all this? I just was alerted to one. Oh, this YCBD. Now this one is not a low float though, 35 million. The other one was a very low float. 14 million, but I'll mention it. There's the YCBD. It's a lot of volume. It's up 26%. It did hit in the pre-market 126. I guess if it takes that out again, it's got a lot of room. YCBD, okay? Okay, I'm just going to actually make a change to my watch list. What time is it? 9:28. So just a couple of minutes to the open. Oh, guys, Acre is back now. Remember, they did a financing during the day yesterday. But look at this. Look at the volume that's coming into Acre right now. Of course, that was a high flyer for a couple of days, and then they announced a financing. I can't remember what the financing price was. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Get this down, the time frame or record count down to 100. Close. Yeah, and as usual, I'll sit out the first 15. and something astonishing happens that I want to jump into something, but all right, guys, we are now open. Look at MBRX, guys, making a new high, taking out the pre-market high, or right at the pre-market high. In one moment, please. Okay, so there's HAP. This one, yeah, low float. Acre, guys, ripping here. Anybody remember what the financing price was? Just trying to see if I can find it quickly. $6. Yeah, I'm just checking. So it's $6 a share. So it's above the financing price. Acre, AKER. Okay, and we have a halt. So this looks like it's going to have, well, it's hard to say. 177, 177. I see on the bid ask right now for MBRX. So it did get halted right out of the chute. But this is what I see on this is, again, we don't have this, guys. Everybody asks, does Trade Ideas have time and sales? But this is from Interactive Broker. Your broker will have something like this. So that's what I'm looking at right now on the halt. Okay, pretty decent pullback now for NVAX, 1739 down to 1680. How is Mayo doing? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big pullback. It's a dollar pullback from the high in the pre-market for Mayo. Okay, what is the SPY doing right now? SPY is still modestly up right now. So Twitter, if I read that correctly, looks like the CEO donated $1 billion to the virus, call it the virus fund. All right, so these are gap up and reverse, so these are not holding. I did see SQ square one. I did see SQ in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. I don't like trading that first 15. Look at that. Pop right up. Has come right down. Yeah, so these little investment pools and funds, they're starting to give it up, not holding. All right, here's one that's just popping in here. KZIA through the 200-day moving average, 342, and it's probably a low float. Yeah, another one of these low floaters, and I'm sure it's a virus play. No, actually, it is not a virus play, guys. This is not anything to do with the virus. KZIA. All right, so this is one of those little investment funds, pools. This is the sector we've assigned it to, ladder, and it has not dropped. LADR, not a low float, 103 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation, but at least it didn't drop as much as the other ones. Well, it didn't drop at all. All right, guys, you got a couple of the AI alerts. Not a fan of the 935, but so, and MBRX just opened. MBRX just opened. And the two AI alerts out of the price range you like to trade. You do what you want, of course. MBRX just opened. Key area right here. I mean, look, if it gets through here, too, then it's got a lot of room. All right, here we go. You have to. The reason you don't see them is because you probably got strategies. It probably says strategy trades Grail. Okay, you have to. You should be on the latest version of Trade Ideas, number 1. Okay, if you download the beta, it says all. Well, then I don't know what to say. Maybe maybe load it again. Did you load it this morning? Reload it this morning, or did you have it up and running all night? Well, I have no explanation then why you guys don't have this. Try again, reload it, close it down, reload it. Hey guys, MBRX. Okay, do a reload, guys. Yeah, MBRX halted on the way down now. So GSX is actually bouncing here, guys. There's a gap down in reverse. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Here we go. You're just going to have to reload it then. I don't know why that happened. CIM, guys. CIM is moving higher here. This was a gap down situation yesterday. Just over the whole number now, CIM. Okay, if you just loaded it, Lawrence, if you're loading my channel right now for the first, you will not see the original ones at 9:30, okay? You're only going to see the latest ones. All right, guys, well, there's the YCBD. So will it hold a dollar and move from here? Big reverse, gap up and reverse. Okay, guys, keep an eye. I mean, listen, if you want to play this little one, YCBD, keep an eye, and if it breaks 110, it might have a bit of a go in it. Let's see, YCBD, the real cheap one. Lots of volume, tons of volume, relatively low float. High in the pre-market was 125. Keep an eye on the YCBD. It's trying to hold. This was a big one yesterday, guys. The MRSN, huge one yesterday. Look at the move it had yesterday. Now it's above yesterday's high. YCBD, guys. I may break my rule. Here's another one that is moving now. Usually this moves because oil is weak. FRO. And one of the tankers that has been used for storage. So you have a watch list, Richie? You have a watch list right now? Okay, so you have to go to Tools. Okay, from the toolbar, Tools, Symbol Lists. Okay, find it, whatever it is. Highlight it, like left click on it to highlight it, and then edit. And then you can edit your list, okay? So again, Tools, go to the toolbar, and then from the toolbar, Tools, Symbol List, find it, left click on it, highlight it, and then edit. And then say okay, all right? Yeah, guys, try to keep if it's not a specific stock that you're talking about, please put it off topic. This is stocks only, just for stocks, okay? We got the fever, FVRR. It's a gap up and go. So this is really interesting here. Business associations, okay. It's at a high right now, 26.98. You look a couple of weeks left, so it's just above that. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 29.60. So this has room if it wants to keep going. Mine is moving with the market. Remember now, these refresh every 10 seconds also. Well, I see the last price. You know, that's what I have, 51.46, 51.46. So, all right. So for me, in case I do want to get into this little one, YCBD, I'm just going to stick an alert up in this area here. And we're in 114. Though this reminds me a little bit of the other one trying to do yesterday. I don't know what to say. Here we go. If you're just stuck, I don't know what to say. MBRX guy is out of the halt. Might have to take it to a tech support not within the room. Or try a reload again. I do apologize, but I have no way of helping you. All right, MRSN continues to move here. Okay, so this is almost, what is it, 9:44? So I'm going to reserve, do I have it on? Actually, I don't have, I forgot to, yeah, I did connect. So I do have them on. I want to just test it today, only delaying it 15 minutes. MAC, guys, MAC is a gapping up and is going. What was the high yesterday for MAC? It was 825, so it's right at the whole number 8 now. Okay, so INSG, it looks like they've sort of done a pre-release on earnings. They're guiding higher. I don't think they release until May the 6th. I'm going to put an alert right here at 8:13. That was the pre-market high. See if it takes that out. If it does, and you look left on that weekly chart, it has a little bit of room, not a lot of room. So the market is not really doing much right now. Trying to figure out a direction. Trying to figure out a direction. All right, so look at MRSN. I mean, look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 8. Remember, it was up to 866, bottoming tail all the way down to 8. I mean, these are big percentage moves for a cheap stock, so that's why you got to be very careful. Yeah, the only sector that is negative right now that I see is gold, GLD. That's the only sector I see that's negative. Everything else is positive. Anything in blue is positive. And there's oil, or one of the oil ETFs, OIH, XLE, XOP. But gold is the only one that's down in my sector list. We don't have telephone. They'll probably have to take a look at. We don't have telephone support. The telephone support is really just maybe for accounts, for account problems, but not on tech. So what I would do is, well, first of all, let me see if this is maybe server related. Just checking to see if mine is updating. See, mine is updating, okay. Only thing I can help you with is just to go to our homepage and start a live chat, okay? And have somebody maybe take a look at the account. And I will warn you that this morning, unfortunately, we're a little bit short-staffed. Until probably, we have a couple of guys who are off right now on things that they're having to do outside of Trade Ideas. That's all I can say. So, yeah, maybe try, actually, before you do that, as Calvin says, why don't you just do a reset connection? Go to account and do a reset connection and see if that cures it, all right? Just do a reset connection. A lot of times that's all it needs. Let me know if that worked, okay? Here we go. Again, I'm not trying to brush you off. Okay, well, there's the YBCD guys. Okay, thank you, Calvin. What I love about the room, everybody tries to help each other. Sometimes I just forgot. It should have been the first thing I said. I just kind of forgot. All right, so you see YCBD, it took it on the auto trading, on the entry. I'm watching to see if this pops into the 120s. If it pops into the 120s, I may take the trade in my real account. This is the simulator. Okay. Now TAL, T-A-L, and this is the one that kind of led the way yesterday. Fraud allegations. No idea, Grumpy. I have no idea. MRSN, guys. So MRSN. All right. Send something to Kelly, okay? She'll look at your account. Okay? Make sure you give her the email address. Is it possible that you have signed up with 2 different email addresses? And we try to cancel one and one is still active? I mean, I don't know. I just don't know, Grumpy. Sorry. Well, contact her directly. I'm going to let her know. All right, so YCBD is not popping, guys. I mean, at this point, in my opinion, it should have popped. If it's going to have a run, I may be completely wrong, but the only thing I'm looking at is this high in the pre-market. Right there, it did hit 125. Toilet preparation manufacturing. Well, that is drilled down into as small a sector as we can. All right, TAL continues down a little bit here. Let's see if it takes out 50. 50 would be a big psychological break for it. Of course, after hours yesterday, it got all the way down to 43. All the way down to 43 after, well, maybe even lower. All right, so the market's putting in a red bar right now, guys. So unless it has really specific news, be careful of your longs. Sun gapped up, coming down now, SUN. Okay, guys, fever over, FVRR over 28. Here's a little one, probably CNSP, another, I'm sure it's a virus play. They're all crawling out of the woodwork. Yeah, this one, I may be wrong, but I think it should have popped by now. I may be wrong. You know, it's a low, fairly low flow. It's not a super low flow at 35 million. It just reminds me of that one from yesterday. I can't even remember. I think it started with the letter I that I tried once. ICP, thank you. Yeah, that's right. Another paper. I mean, if it gets above that entry, 115, I may get in it if it gets up to 120. The only problem again on that one is that high in the pre-market was 125. Okay, down goes MBRX, another halt down. Yeah. MRSN kind of just stuck right here. There's the high, 873. Now I'm going to go over this, guys. Why these trades were taken. Yeah, I'm getting out of this. I'm going to flat again in the simulator. I just don't like the way it's trading. To me, it should have popped already, the YCBD. But you see what I'm saying about this YCBD, guys? I mean, this should have, in my opinion, should have popped. If investors, it's not an investment stock, but if traders were really interested in this, in my opinion, when it got up to this point right there, it should have popped more. It didn't, so there's just not a lot of enthusiasm for it. A little gap up and go for EAT, Brinker International. EAT over the whole number. That's an interesting area right now, guys. You can see right there, looking left on that weekly chart, 1720 is the high. Yesterday's high, though, let's see, what was it? 1485, so it still has room. 1550 on the daily chart. Yeah, flattening out of that position right at that whole number in the simulator. I think in this market, I'm just finding it just prudent, even though I know it's popping up right now. So this is, again, the experiment. Not bad so far in terms of allowing the alerts in the first 15. Now, for you guys, you know, you probably, if you don't have anything here, well, I should have probably told you to make the change if you wanted to. You don't have to, but you can go into the summary and see where yours will say 30 minutes right there to time of day. It'll say 30 minutes. I changed it this morning for me to 15. Again, Daniel, understand this is just in my simulator, okay? You know, I'm just trying, what I'm trying to do in the simulator is to, because the market to me is just still kind of jumpy. Also, if you look right there, look left on that daily chart, you see there, in theory, there's a bit of resistance right in this area, right here. Look at the weekly, look at the daily. So I thought it would be prudent in the simulator to take some right out at the whole number, okay? That's just in the simulator. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but just look left. And if you, hopefully you can see what I'm looking at on the daily chart. All this area right there might struggle to get through 9. Well, everything is discretionary, of course, yes. In here, I'm not, I mean, it's auto trading on the entries, but I'm always, you know, I'm not auto trading the exits. This is in my simulator. No, I do not have an exit in my in the simulator. I manage the trades on my own. When I say I don't have an exit, I don't have a hold period. I have a stop, of course, but I don't have a hold period. I mean, you always have a stop. I mean, now listen, I mean, if MRNS, you know, really starts to rocket and gets up to say 930 or so, I may get back in it. You can just see if it takes this out right there. I mean, then look at the room looking left. Yeah, that it's a discretion. Yeah. Or I might even get out earlier than the stop, Daniel. Like look at the YCBD. I got out earlier than the stop because I just didn't like the way it was trading. Remember, I kept saying I think it should have popped by now. Now, look, I could be completely wrong. I mean, look at it now. So, I mean, this is the key area. If it get through here, I mean, this could still have a big run in it, MRSN. All right, guys, I know normally I do this at 10:30, but I'm just going to again make the announcement. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format every day, Monday to Friday, from 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, of course, sharing my screen, live on the mic. I also do have a YouTube feed going. I am the moderator of the YouTube feed from 9 to 12, and then one of the traders/trainers takes over from Trade Ideas from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. It's a concurrent feed. Not as, you'll see my screen, you can hear me, and there are some traders in there. They're just not quite as active as the trading, well, the trading room is way more active. I can do more within the trading room. So, but if all you care about is listening to me and seeing my screen, then the YouTube feed is fine. If you're having problems seeing the bottom third of my screen, I do apologize. There is a quick fix. Should be using Chrome as your browser, and then you have to disable the hardware accelerator. If you can find the text in the tech support tab, there is a script that, not script, there is text that tells you how to do it. All right, basically you have to find, you know, the three little dots with your Chrome browser. Click on that, and you scroll down to advanced, click on advanced, scroll down again, and disable the hardware accelerator. Once you do that, close down the browser and reload, and then you're good to go. You only have to do that one time, all right? I do apologize, but I have to use Chrome, unfortunately, as my projector, because Firefox, you can't see my cursor, my mouse, and plus, unfortunately, it's a bug within Firefox, my mouse constantly blinks at me, so it's driving me crazy. So anyway, you just have to do it one time, okay? I do apologize, but just do it the one time and then you're good to go. All right, Gary, I think what you have to do is if you go click on from the toolbar, click on account and then do a reset, okay? I don't know why it's happening. Must be, so we have different servers and on the server I'm on, it has been updating okay. So just click on account and then do a reset. Now guys, this MRNS could really explode if it gets through this area. MRNS could really explode. I mean, just look left on that monthly chart. And what is the SPY doing? I think we're negative now, aren't we? SPY is probably just a little bit negative. No, not quite. Not quite, but looks like we're turning, well, we are turning down. So we could be going negative very soon. I mentioned Sunoco a little while ago as a gap up and reverse. So guys, I will tell you this, I do have this loaded. I loaded it, well, this morning actually. Just kind of paying a little more attention to this, seeing a lot of stocks that are reversing, either ones that were on the way up and reversing down, or, so this can show you bounce plays. This is part of, I'll pop it into the room, okay? It is part of it's one of the scans that I am sharing, but I'll just pop that into the room. I'm going to pay a little more attention to it. The reason being is I'm just not seeing a ton of continuation. So when you don't see continuation, you know, you can see stocks that have moved higher and then start to drop, or conversely, stocks that are, of course, getting beaten up and then bouncing. So this scan, just to show you what it does, it has four strategies in here. Gap up and go. Basically, that means that the stock gapped up and kept going up. Gap down and reverse. That meant the stock gapped down and then is reversing, trying to come back. Gap up and reverse. You're probably understanding now. It gapped up, but it was reversing, coming down. And then gap down and go, and then it gapped down and kept going down. So the four of them are in here, and they're all color coordinated. This is a tough one. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got down to 887. Now it's popping up. So there's the MRNS, guys. I mean, it's I mean, it's a huge area to try to take out. Especially, well, okay, look, if it takes out 958, then look out, because, I mean, it's got all sorts of room. Oh, I'm sorry. MRSN. Did I say MRNS? Sorry about that. Yeah. MRSN. So guys, okay, what was it at 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock, it was up here. Yeah, it wouldn't have been horrible, delaying this till 10 o'clock because it hadn't really run that much. All right, guys, this is a gap up and go. So this just made a new high. Earn. So this is one of those, again, it's a sector that we have this in. And it did not gap down like the rest of them. Let me see if two has recovered as an example. You see, so this is in the same sector. Look at this, gapped up and has come right back down. But that one, Earn, is not following the same pattern yet anyway. It did not come down like a lot of them did. So this is stronger for whatever reason. Yeah, ZM is really coming back. Kudos to the CEO. Whenever he came out, was it last week? I guess it was last week, basically saying, and I think even yesterday or on Sunday, I can't remember, basically saying, hey man, like I screwed up as a CEO. He really owned what happened. THC, okay, real. Let me see what that THC is. Possible short below 1785. All right, I'll stick an alert right there. You're looking for something, of course, extended. Okay, BKR is a little gap up, and now it's reversing BKR. Yeah. One more time. Real is the policeman, but I have to echo it. Look, guys, stocks only, okay? Stocks only. So if you want to talk about a specific stock about getting in and out, look at this one. Gecko, I mean, your comment kind of is stocks only, but we're just trying to keep this to specific stocks, okay? An idea. Grumpy, are you talking to me? Of course I'm on it. Of course I am. Oh, real. Oh, okay. All right, so this is a strong one in that sector that did not really give it up, making a new high, GPMT. All right, guys, huge area right now for MRSN. Huge. There it is. Okay. Look left now. This could really start to rip. I mean, it's already ripped. Don't get me wrong, it's up 23%, but look left now on that monthly chart. Oh, I missed this one. I didn't even see it took this one. MITT. Yeah, this is a relatively low float, 31 million in the float, MITT. Okay, NVAX, so let me see, how extended was it? Not that extended. I mean, extended meaning it didn't have like 5 or 6 5-minute candles up straight up. It did have a pullback, so it's not horribly extended. So again, these are taking this while auto trading the entries, managing the exits. This is in the simulator. Wow, look at MRSN now. Holy smokes. Wow, this looks like it's going to take out 10. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So some of these are starting to work. NVAX. Look at NVAX on the move here. So MRSN. So it tried to get through 10. Not quite. What did it get up to? But literally $9.99. You know, it's only a penny, but it's so psychological. Nobody wants to be the first to take it at 10. Yeah, Dante, can you give me about 10 minutes in terms of setting up auto trade? Okay. Just seeing your question in the YouTube feed. Okay, just give me about 10 minutes. I'm going to go over a lot of this. I think you said it was R2, Grumpy, or pivot point. R2. Okay. Resistance. Okay. That's what he said. Yeah, well, EFC might be triggering also. Oh, I thought EFC was in my watch list. I guess not. I thought I had added to my watch list this morning. Evidently not. Those are resistance levels, Grumpy, okay? S1, S2, S3, support, R1, R2, R3. Look it up. All right? Those are resistance levels. Okay, NVAX guys, great alert here, 1736, great alert. And looking left, the high is 1771, so it could stall right there on that weekly chart. It could. So I'm gonna flatten out in the simulator. I'm flattening out. Remember, guys, Real is a trader, okay, and he's trying to help everybody here, but a lot of the stuff can be looked up on Google, pivot points, etc. All right, MOXC, that got halted, and wow, look at this thing go. 16 million in the float. Custom computer programming. Yeah, we have filters or alerts. Let me just see, pivot. Is that what we call them? Yeah. So here we do have R1, R2. We have R1 and R2. Okay. I don't use them. Okay. But here you can say distance from. You know. So these are filters. I don't use them. Okay, well, my premise so far was correct for the YCBD. The fact that it didn't keep moving once it took out one really troubled me. It troubled me and I didn't like it, so that's why I got out of it. Meanwhile, NVAX continues. So this is now, I mean, look again, guys, look left. Why did this make the, well, I think I added it this morning on the watch list, but just look at the room it's got looking left. I mean, that's amazing. Okay, so I added Mayo this morning to the watch list. Okay, so something crazy happened there. I don't believe that. Something crazy happened. Yeah, I'm looking at the spread. It got taken out of the trade immediately. Yeah, it was about a 20 cent stop, a little more than a 20 cent stop. So if the entry was at 538, so it obviously, it almost took it out immediately. You can see the max. So I like to have this max column. That means at the alert, 538. It didn't even get a penny above 538 after the alert. Okay, guys, it's almost 10:30. This is when I start talking about Brokerage Plus, the AI, which is sugar. I missed the one I would have liked. Let's see, what's the daily like? Cala on the way down, guys. CALA. It will not trigger in the watch, even though you're seeing it here. It will not trigger actually here unless something incredible happens, because it's got to take out yesterday's low, and that doesn't look. I mean, I can't imagine that's going to happen, but it is on the way down underneath the whole number. UAL, look at UAL. So the airlines are still alive here. UAL, gap up and go, new high for UAL. My guess is that DAL and American Airlines are probably doing something similar. Yep. Meanwhile, MOXC, what's the float in this? 16 million. MOXC. I don't see that it is a virus play. You know, sometimes it's hard to even though I know it says computer programming, but MOXC, look at this. Wow. Here's the 200-day moving average, not still far enough away. Okay, another one. Well, there's a red bar ignored guy for BYD. Now, where would the trigger have been? Around 1370, so it's a little far away. But look at that red bar ignored. There it goes, BYD. Really, I'm calling a horse race here, but BYD. Look at it go after that red bar ignored. Didn't see it. Again, the red bar ignored. Not unfamiliar with that. There's the green candle. There's the red bar, totally engulfed by that previous green candle. Next bar is green, moving above the high of that red bar. So the theory being, you've got a trend, a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. So let's see what Real is talking about. CYH, there's a 200-day moving average, 334. So let's stick an alerter up here, see if it gets up closer to it. All right, everybody, it's 10:30, so now is the time. I'll do another welcome to anybody who's brand new into the room, or even just this week into the room. Welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday. Of course, Friday's a holiday. Don't forget, Friday is a market holiday. So this week, obviously, just Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen and live on the mic. You can ask me questions all day long. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, okay, I'm just seeing it took this one now. I don't love the fact they took it just before the whole number. 813, it's a high. So if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can find them one of two ways. You click on the Scans tab. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? And if you click on the Room Drive icon, it looks like a half-open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can download both of them. The links have all of our training. There's a training link there, and there's a webinar link. They're all free. And these will go to a Word document, so you can look at them later at your leisure. Let me talk a little bit about, or go over some of these links. So I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. But first, training. You click on that link. You can sign up for all the training. Monday to, again, this is not obviously not this Friday, but Monday to Friday, noon to 1. It's a YouTube feed. Don't know who's on today, but one of the traders/trainers of Trade Ideas runs that from 12 to 1 on the YouTube feed. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. This is the one that I attend today. It's a Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And let's see, you should have the latest beta, okay? So if you click on the download link, why should you? You'll have access to the similar tab. If you have the single stock window open and you don't have a similar tab, that means you are not on the latest beta. And also, if you don't have the buy and short buttons right on the charts, it means you're not on the latest beta. When you click on that link, just scroll to the bottom, or not to the bottom, but scroll until you see beta and download it, all right? I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive. We're getting closer and closer, a little over a month away. So what is the test drive? If you click on that link, fill this out. The next test drive starts May the 11th and runs to May the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. It will cost you $8.99 to have access to our full premium service. All right, we don't have free trials, but we do this 4 times a year. So I encourage you that if you're at all interested in trying Trade Ideas out, this is a great opportunity to do it. Also, if you're a standard subscriber, you can upgrade for those 10 trading days to our premium service. And so what happens is you fill this out, and I don't know if it's 2 weeks, but certainly at least within a week before the test drive starts, you will have the sign-up procedure, all the sign-up details, okay? So fill that out. You want to take part in our test drive. $8.99. If you click on the subscriptions tab, at the bottom here, you'll see 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups, and this top one is a take on earnings season. They are all developed by Trade Ideas. These are not third party, and they are all free. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's just stocks only, guys. bbruin at bbruin44 on my Twitter account. And if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can click on that link. There's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You can click on that link. And this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So our premium plan, yearly plan, is $22.68 a year. Our standard is $10.60 a year, minus the 15% for both. The huge difference between premium and standard. Premium has our AI, plus if you do want to auto trade anything, you do need our premium service. Just give me a second here. Of course, you do not have to start off with a premium plan or an annual plan. You can always try us out right now. Standard monthly, 118 a month, less the 15%, or the premium, 228 less the 15%. And if within 30 days you'd like to upgrade, we'll honor that 15% promo code, okay? 15%. I always have to say that because I had some emails saying, hey, you said it was 50%. So it's 15%. And again, the discount's only good for the first month. Okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit about. All right, there's the CYH coming into that 200-day moving average. I had that alert set right up there, so it is coming into the 200-day moving average. So let me talk about the AI and the Brokerage Plus, and also the question was, how do you auto trade? I'm going to show you how you can do all that. All right. First of all, the AI. So this is basically what the AI is all about. Once the market closes today, AI, because we want to have access to the latest market data, we have approximately 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, the AI looks at all the filters that are in place and makes adjustments, starts making adjustments. You know, here's a price range between 10 and 60, maybe change it to 15 and 60, runs the backtester. What effect does that have on the profit factor and win percentage? Maybe takes that filter out, adds one in. Runs through all 50. Obviously, a computer has to do that. There's no way you and I could do it. Even one is a painful operation. At the end of the optimization routine, tomorrow we are presented with the strategies that make the cut. We don't know what strategies are going to make the cut because, again, using the latest market data, once the market closes today, making the cut typically meaning a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of 60, at least 60. Now, I always say this, I don't care which strategies make the cut. All I care about are what alerts we get from those strategies, all right? So if you're a premium subscriber, basically it's all laid out for you. Just click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up. If you only see Grail, you should be on the latest beta, because then it'll default to the all. If not, just right click on segments and check all. Then you can have this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every day. And then I just follow. Unfortunately, I missed the one that I really wanted, was the XENT. It's already past where I can, realistically, maybe if it stays here. But there was the alert at 981. Got all the way up to 1029. Well, anything, I'll answer for real. Stocks only means, guys, take a look at this stock, okay, with a symbol, as opposed to a general, what do you guys think is going to happen here? Market is doing this. So that is stocks only. So that's what the AI does all day long, okay? And how I use it, it can be completely different from the way you guys will use it. I can't tell you. People say, how do you use the AI? Well, everybody is going to use it in a different fashion. Because how I use it, I only like a certain price range, under $20. That's what I like. But that's, I can't say, well, that's how you should use it. And then I just track the ones that are, I sort on the aggressive profit column all day long, tracking the ones that are up the most and following those. If I miss an entry, maybe it's going to pull back a little bit. All right, guys, so a lot of this can be done with Google, okay? All the terminology in stocks only, like pivot points and all that stuff, you can Google it. You kind of have to leave Real alone, all right? He's not here to define things for you. He's indicating levels. He's already said that R1, R2, R3, etc. Those are pivot points. If you don't understand I'm not talking to you, Grumpy. I'm talking in general, okay? It's not all about you, all right? It's just in general. Worth watching, okay, Lawrence? It's worth watching. Okay, so I'm going to get into, Dante, I'm just going to talk about Brokerage Plus and then I'm going to get into the auto trading, okay? Just bear with me a bit. No, Dale, standard subscription allows you to backtest 10 times. It just gives you a taste of it. You need our premium subscription to backtest. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Actually, not a little bit. I'm going to concentrate on Brokerage Plus quite a bit here. So, Brokerage Plus basically, in its very simplest form, is an order entry window, okay? Now, you can use it in two ways. And I'm going to concentrate more on the simulator. But if you have an interactive broker's account, you can actually trade using Brokerage Plus. You can, you can trade your interactive broker's account. It is the only one that we work with right now. We're looking to add other ones, but I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. Okay, so right now I've checked simulated trading. And everything I'm going to talk about right now is part of the standard service until I tell you that for this you would need premium, all right? So this is all part of the standard service. And look at it, look at NVAX. Boy, I'd love to see it take out 18 again. So, to load Brokerage Plus, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, all right? You know, Grumpy, you're getting a little exasperating, Grumpy. So, you load Brokerage Plus, and then these are the tabs you have. And if you click on New within Brokerage Plus, New, and here are the tabs you can have, all right? And one of them being the strategies. You should have that strategies tab because I'm going to go over that in a little bit. These are the columns. When you load it, there are probably some default columns that we add for you. So if you right-click on any one of them and click on columns, here are all the other columns that you can have, okay? Now, in its simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, if you click on an alert, and this is all in the simulator. It doesn't matter what brokerage package you have. The simulator uses our real-time data, okay? It doesn't matter what brokerage package you have. So if you click on an alert, the symbol is going to show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, and you can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you can sell. If you want to go long, you buy, okay? These are hotkeys to get out of a position, flatten, get out of half your position. You can double your position, or you can reverse. In other words, if you're long, you want to go short, or short, you want to go long. Reverse your position. That's in the simplest way to use it. Now, what I would say is that you should try, especially in the simulator, you should try what we call one-click trading. And this is how you set it up. So let's just say you look at INSG, and you like what you see, and you want to trade it. So you go back, right-click on it, hover over Trade at the top, and this box will pop up. I believe we've created some defaults for you, but you can set up your own. Okay, and this is what I call one-click trading. You pick how you want to trade it. I'm going to show you the chart long. So again, you have to click on Strategies. If you don't have that Strategies tab, then from New, make sure you have the Strategies tab. And then what you do is you right-click to create your own, and you right-click, New Trading Strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long or a short? Now, these are all, in these tabs, there's a lot of information you can fill out, all right? I'm going to show you what I'm using for what I call the chart long strategy. You notice we have a buy button on the chart. So what you do is you designate one of the long strategies that you created. You designate it as that's the way. If I'm going to use the buy button on the chart, this is the rule that I want to use when I trade using the buy button on the chart. So I've named one of the strategies chart long $100 risk. So what does that mean? So if I right click and edit it, so I don't have an entry time. If I showed you the Barry's watch list up as an example, you'd see the slider is moved to 9:45. That means I don't want to see anything before 9:45. Order details and risk management work hand in hand. So I would encourage you to start getting the idea of using a stop, say a value, a dollar value. So when you get into a trade, not every trade is going to work for you. So how much are you willing to risk? How much are you willing to lose on the trade? That's where this risk value comes in. So in the simulator, I'm willing to lose $100 a trade. I don't want to lose any more if I can help it. So that's what that $100 means. And that's based on a stop loss. And that's where the risk management comes in. I'm using this VWAP stop, which is going to become available to you, I think, pretty soon. I think I'll have to ask exactly when it's going to be created, but I know it's going to be available to you pretty soon. And this is just, click on filter, and they have a lot of stops here. You can use our smart stop. Smart stop in dollars, right there. That's generated by the system, but again, that VWAP stop is going to be available pretty soon. Now, in this one, I've put a target, only because people ask me, well, can you put a target? In other words, if the stock moves higher, can I get an automatic out? So what I've done is I've said, okay, 50 cents above the target or the entry price. If I don't do anything, it would take me out there. So let's see how that works. So if I want to get into INSG, well, because I'm already in it in the simulator, it's probably going to prevent me. But CHMA, let's say I want to take CHMA. So I can do one of two things. I can put a conditional buy. I can put a conditional buy right now. Say it got back up to this level. So if I click on the B and then I drop it right to that level here, basically this is a conditional buy. So at 427, it would take the trade, and there's my stop down here at 390 something. Okay, you can't quite see it. It's at 390. So there's the stop. Now, if I want to take it right now, I just drop it down to the price where it's at right now. It should take it very, very soon here. I'll drop there. It took it. Okay, so there's the CHMA. It took it at 418. There's my stop at 391. Why did it take 385 shares? If I multiply 385 by the difference between my entry and my stop, I will get approximately $100. Okay, that's how that works. Now I'm going to get out of this because I'm trying to use the simulator a little more. I'm just going to get out of this because I'll leave it for a while. Let's see if it works. Yeah, you can do it when you say percentages. I mean, I guess you can. I just wouldn't recommend it, but you can, I guess. I've never tried it with percentages. Let me just see if you can. Yeah, I guess you can. You can click percentage, yes. Okay. For a target, you can put a percent. Again, guys, you have to understand, I don't use a target at all. This is just for demonstration purposes. What I do, if this trade started to work well, so in theory, if I allowed it to get me out at 477, okay, I'd make a couple $100, right? But if this trade is working well, why would I artificially get myself out? I would start to move this line up, if it's really working well. No, I'm not going to let myself be taken out of a trade in an artificial way. Also, with the sell here, the stop, if the trade starts working out, I would be using this as a trailing stop. I would start moving this up. Okay, instead of again using an artificial trailing stop of a percentage or a dollar figure. I would just use this as a trailing stop. All right, so Dante, you asked the question a little while ago. So everything I've said right now is part of the standard service. You can use the standard service to do everything I've just said, including connecting it to your IB account, Interactive Brokers account, and of course in the simulator. Everything I've gone over. Here is where you would need the premium service. If you wanted to, say, auto trade my watch list or an alert window, no, this is just an alert window. If you want to create your own alert window and you wanted to auto trade it, then you can do that. Basically what you do is, once you've created your strategy, then you just turn it on. Right click. See how I have strategy enabled? Click. I clicked on it. So now it's on. That's why I've put the short and the long, they're both on. And now that's why it's taking these automatically, okay, according to the rules that I've created in my watch list up and down. My trading strategy, which is in essence exactly the same as the chart. The only difference is I have a delay of 9:45. Again, you guys don't have to do the same thing. I'm just showing what I do. So if you want to do that, you need our premium service. And just one other thing, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you also need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus the discount. Right now is 15%. Okay, it's a one-time fee. What that means is if you decide that you want to, for whatever reason, stop trading, unsubscribe from us for a while, and then if you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. Okay. So does that answer your question? Yeah. So Dante, just what I said. Okay, I just went over that. Does that make that? Was I not clear? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. All you have to do is turn it on. Once you turn it on, it's going to run automatically. You just have to turn the strategy on. And we force you to do that every day. All right. Some people say, well, I want to auto trade this every day. Well, that might be, but maybe one day you don't, or you're away and you forgot, and these strategies are on. Could be disastrous if you're not around. Okay. So we make you do it every single day. If you want to auto trade anything, you have to make a conscious decision that you want to do it. Okay, so I'll just repeat again, just to, because I know it can be a little bit confusing. The only time you have to buy Brokerage Plus is if you want to auto trade the AI. Holly, okay? That's the only time you have to buy it. If you don't care about auto trading the AI, then Brokerage Plus is part, well, I'm going to say it's part of the standard service. And but if you want to auto trade your own alert windows that you create, you need our premium service, but you don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. Is that clear? If it's not clear, then that's my fault. I'm not being clear enough in my explanations of it. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. I'm just going to flatten out of this. This was a demo, okay, just demoing. Yeah, you have premium, so if you want to, yeah, so Dante, if you want to auto trade your own alert strategies, yes. You don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. Meanwhile, let's get back to trading. Hey, no problem, Dante. All right, I'm just going to stick an alert or NVAX. Well, I should put maybe an alert just over 18, around 1813. All right, Twitter is continuing. I think the guy is getting a lot of good press. All right, if you follow what the CEO did, Dorsey, he basically donated $1 billion to a, I guess I'm going to call it a virus fund. Okay, Edwin, if you have, do you have the single stock window open? Or I'm sorry, not Edwin, but Irwin. Do you have the single stock window open? Okay, you have a chart. You're using our chart, so you have a buy and sell button in the chart. Okay, you definitely don't have the latest beta. Okay, so you should click on subscription, the subscriptions tab, and then scroll up to where it says download TI Pro or Beta, okay, and click on that. And you'll be brought to the download page, and you scroll down where it says the beta, okay? Sometimes if you click on account, it might, I don't really know. I don't know if it says something about there is a beta available or something to that effect. I really don't know. All right, guys. Now, I've been not looking at the SPY, but yeah, the SPY's putting in a nice little move here. Nice little move. Little green bar right now. All right, guys. Now listen, I am in a bit of a, I don't know if I'll call it a bind, but you know, I'm in some of these, but I'm not talking about them, okay? It's up to you. With all that's going on for me, trying to explain all day long, I mean, I'll take all of them. I am in a couple of them right now. Doesn't really matter which ones. Up to you. If you want to trade these from my watch list. A lot of times the clue is if I keep putting price alerts, you'll probably realize that I'm in some of them. All right, so MRSN, guys, looking a little interesting here. Big, nice pullback there. Maybe starting to curl, and maybe Maybe we'll attack that area again later on. All right, I'm sure you guys know I'm in INSG. This is kind of an interesting one. Okay, it's not classically an earnings play, but they did release this morning guidance. According to Wes, they don't release earnings till May the 6th, but they've released preliminary their guidance. Yeah, Twitter keeps moving here, guys. I mean, a lot of goodwill, Twitter right now, right now. Hey, let's see, EDNT. Somebody's posting a symbol, EDNT. All right, just give me one moment here, please. Now, too bad. I mean, this is skewed. My P&L is skewed now because remember, this was just a demonstration, the CHMA. I'd like to be able to wipe that out. My P&L will be another $46 on top of that, but Yelp and Yemeni. Look at Yelp, guys. Levi on the way up. I know Real mentioned across quite a while ago, I think. Levi. And it's one of the very few earnings plays. Hey, one moment, please. All right, guys. Again, this is sort of what I call a pseudo earnings play, INSG. Well, it looks like the gamers, BYD, here's another gamer, Penn, Penn. Okay, guys, NVAX, very interesting, right here. I'm not in this one anymore. That is one of the ones, I took actually three, the MRSN and the NVAX. I'm not in this one anymore. And of course the INSG is, this is one I really had my eye on this morning because we have very few earnings plays. Again, I call this a pseudo earnings play. We have very few. And so a lot of times what happens, it actually works to our benefit. Not many, because we don't have many earnings plays, there's not a lot of different earnings plays to concentrate on. So people who do want to trade earnings plays, there's very few to pick from. Here's another one, not really moving. SGH is an earnings play. And it's the volume too. I mean, look at the volume. The other ones, SGH, really, there's not that much volume. Okay, I'm not too familiar with this one. An ETF for the home builders, a 3 times nail. Yeah, I don't see any news. I'm sorry. I know you asked that before. I don't see any news for MOXC, but did you scour Twitter or? I don't see any. Like I don't see any news here. That's a weird one. That Mayo. That was a very weird one. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see if we can take out the 50-cent mark. I don't think the 50-cent mark for stocks over 5 is that big a deal, but we'll see. Well, obviously, pretty happy the way the simulator has worked today. I mean, or the auto trading on the entries, other than the Mayo, which was just a quick stop out. It was very crazy. And I got out way before the stop on the YCBD. I kept saying I don't like the way it's trading. And of course, this was just a demo. I wouldn't take this one normally. I was just demonstrating how to use the buy button on the chart. So yeah, pretty happy with the simulator on the auto entries today. All right, guys. Scientific Games Core. Thought I saw some news. Okay, yeah. SGMS wins Iowa Lottery's 10-year contract for new statewide gaming system. Now, Iowa is not a big state, of course, and not a lot, but that's the news for SGMS. All right, guys. I'm kind of watching that AI alert, the 1021. Okay, there are two actually. So the one that starts with the letter X. Boy, look at the room this one has. So A and B, C. It's had a nice month after all the way down to 886 previous month. Almost doubling. Almost doubling. Not a bad spread though for that one. Would I take XAN? Well, you know me, Grumpy. I don't like taking them so close to the whole number. I mean, it's up 270, but it looks to me like a lot of resistance right there. I mean, it's a nice little pullback. Decent volume, great volume, 8 times normal. But, I just look at this 3, not that far away. And I'm certainly not going to chase it. Yeah, market is coming alive. You're right. That's two 15-minute candles now so far. This one has 3 minutes to close, a couple of greens. So yeah, market's pretty nice right now. Okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes. I just have to go fill up my thermos with water, okay? Give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Mitt Romney. There we go. MITT. Here we are. What an ugly, ugly one this Mayo was. Remember, even in the pre-market, I said I don't like it. I didn't like the way it was trading in the pre-market. Got as high as what, 5, almost 6, pulled all the way back down to 450. Too big a pullback in my opinion. Too whippy. Look at Nail, guys. I mentioned this one. This is a 3 times ETF for the home building industry. Look at Nail. What's KBH doing as an example? And the answer is, yeah, so the home builders are alive. LEN. Yeah, look at the home builders. What's the other one? MHLR? Or MLHR? Yeah, the home builders are alive. Meanwhile, yeah, BYD. Boy, the market is ripping here now, guys. Look at this. Now we're starting to see some nice trend plays. Now that was the weirdest thing for me. FBIO just triggered for me, but it was a man's voice instead of the lady. I have this on text to voice, and it switched to a guy. And now that was strange. Now I hear her. You guys, if you know what I'm talking about, the text to voice is always a woman. I talked about EARN earlier as one of these in this other investment pools and funds in this sector, the one that did not drop immediately. Look, another one here. This little CAPR. Look at the volume that's coming in. And again, anybody who's new in the room, and if you can't see, say, the bottom third of my screen, or it's kind of blurry, there is a fix for you. You should be using Chrome as your browser. If you can find the tech support tab in the room, there's the answer right there on how to fix it. Okay, so basically use Chrome as your browser. Click on the Chrome browser settings, those 3 little dots, and then scroll down to where it says Advanced. Click on Advanced, and then scroll down again. Basically, you have to disable your hardware accelerator. And once you do that, close down the browser and then reload. You only have to do it one time. So Sammy, you're actually in the off topic. Okay, this is reverse now. If you want to talk about a company or a symbol, put it in the stocks only. Boy, there's some rippage now, guys. There is some serious rippage. Look at that SPY. Beautiful move. 1, 2, 3. Another 10 minutes for this candle to close, but nice three green bars on the 15 so far. What do I have? Let's see. Wow, long. It ends in point 163. 80, point 0, point 3, 3987.163. Right there. It says nearly up to date. I won't do it now. Well, if you're around, Sebastian, the developer of the room, came into the room yesterday, and he actually said a previous version for virtually every other room he's got seems to fix it, but for some reason in this room, no. It's been going on for me for quite a while. I can try. I don't know what happens if I relaunch. I don't know if I boot everybody out of the room. That's why I don't want to do it. I'll do it. I'll do it once I'm out of the room. Wow, 11:22 already. What a fast morning. Boy, the market is just moving higher and higher, guys. As opposed to Avid. Avid is moving down, guys. AVID moving down here. What sort of support does it have? Probably support fairly soon here, around 550. Oh, I mentioned this fever earlier. Look at fever. It's definitely feverish action for fever. FVRR. Whoa, yeah, look at BIOL. Look at the volume. It just kept pouring into BIOL, guys. Yeah, it's again, a virus play. Partners with intensive care unit equipment manufacturer to manufacture and supply ventilators. Okay, well, anyway, there's the look at the volume. It just came in to BIOL. Thank you for that one, Age. I don't know if it appeared here. Yeah, I think I have a minimum. Yeah, of $1, so it's not going to appear here, but from the YouTube feed, one of the Asia in the YouTube feed pointed this one out. Surprised it hasn't been halted. It is halted. So BIOL is halted, and it's going to open. Looks like it's going to open higher. BIOL. Look at the volume. All right, Aqua is higher, guys. I think I noticed Aqua was one of the ones that Goldman upgraded this morning. It's got a lot of room too. Aqua. Are you saying I'm correct about Goldman? I think I have it up here. Yeah, upgrades. Yeah, right there. All I have to do is read. There are the upgrades from Goldman this morning, Aqua being one of them. Wow, what a move in the market. Well, work the trend here, guys. So he's definitely out. Is that it for sure? That is a announcement, an official announcement, Rob. Okay. Again, Levi, one of the few earnings plays, is having a great day. What a move. What a move for the market. Basically the market was flat for quite a while. All right, MRSN right here, guys. I'm going to stick an alert around 9:37 for MRSN. Might get me back into it if it takes this out and starts to move. Got to within one penny of $10. Another one that just been moving, Blackstone MTG Trust, moving higher and higher and higher. Another one of these investment pools and funds, Geo. Wow, look at it. RDFN just straight up on the fives. RDFN. Didn't see, I'll be honest, I didn't see a lot of this yesterday. Like things that just had a sustained move. Wow. Yeah. Is it halted again? Surprised it's not halted again. BIOL. And it just got halted. Well, it looks like, if you can believe, well, it was at night, excuse me. It was at 90.90 bid ask, but it's dropped down to 79 now, 78. And that's for the BIOL. All right, Fred, IFRX. Well, I'll stick an alert around 512 on the IFRX. This is coming from Fred in the YouTube. The only problem I have with it is yesterday's high. It's not that far away, but if it takes that out, then it's got a lot of room. All right, do we have this ability to get through 850 for INSG? Mentioned Yelp just a while ago. What is IQ doing? Yeah, not much. Just chopping around here. So their news from yesterday. I mean, obviously, now look at that, from 17 down to 14. Fraud allegations. I thought maybe it would react a little more like the LK. Okay, guys, INSG, come on. I have my alert set right there, 850. There you go. Oops. Ugly. YCBD. Just ugly. IVR. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think you need the market on your side. I mean, okay, maybe the market's starting to stall here in order to short IVR. You know, there's some topping tails there, I suppose. And maybe it's having a tough time getting through 4, but I think you need the market a little bit on your side. Yeah, just struggling to get through that 850. Plus IVR is in the same category, and they're all moving now. You know, IVR is in the same category sector as a lot of these that are just moving. You know, GPMT, NYMT, MIT. I mean, they're all moving. I wouldn't be shorting that. I mean, they're all moving. NRZ, thank you. Yes. How is ZM doing? Or the gamers, Penn and BYD. So BIOL, yeah, it resumed. Well, look, if you look at the monthly chart, let's take a look. So, I mean, look, I'll be stunned if it makes it through $1. Well, stranger things have happened, of course, but if it does make it through $1, you look at that monthly chart, $1.70. And it's a low, it's not, you know what, it's not a super low float. I mean, 21 million is still very low, but it's not a crazy, crazy low float. But the market, look at the market. All right, Burn, so question away. Yeah, you'll have to ask your broker, Burn. I have no idea. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have to, I mean, maybe every broker is different. I really don't know. You mean if it was say a Nasdaq stock and then for whatever reason it's now an OTC stock or something to like that? I mean, I don't see why you can't access it. Yeah, I don't see why you can't access it. Boy, this is on steroids right now. Look at NLY, all these little other investment pools and funds. And Penn just continues to move higher here. Look at what like there. That's a trend, guys. All right. So waiting to see if it can really take out 850. SGMS guys. So again, there are little news about winning some kind of a deal with a 10-year Iowa gaming contract. And that's for the SGMS. Fairly low float, 55 million, not crazy high. Wow, look at OEC. OEC ripping here. Boy, there's a lot of activity this morning. Way more than yesterday. For me, anyway. Let me take a look at the SPY in that weekly chart. Stick an alert yesterday's high. Now, yesterday at one point, I think the market was up 100 point or 100, almost 1,000 points, maybe 900 and something. So, all right, guys, if you're in the INSG, so it looks like it's trying to pop through, that 850 mark. And MBRX disaster. 198 in the pre-market, 138 now. Look at Penn, my goodness. Boy, throw a dart. Throw a dart. Virtually everything is moving higher. Okay, NVAX was struggling, could not get through 18 again, so that might be over for that one. Mid is still strong. I mean, look at this. I mean, the high of last week, it's taken out that high of last week. This was the crazy day for all of these little other investment pools and funds. This is about 2 weeks ago. This is on March the 26th. Got as high as almost $7, $6.74. Before it just faded. Resurgence in those for the last 3 days, and now a big one today, big day today for them. You know, the casinos, casinos, airlines, hotels. Let's see, I haven't seen MGM. Haven't seen MGM as, yeah, I mean, it's up, yeah. A mistake on my part. I could have sworn I thought I added EFC this morning. I thought I added it, but evidently not to the watch list. Look at Nail, guys. Hammering. Look at Nail. Okay, so when you say what platform, are you talking about what brokerage platform? Is that what you're talking about? Well, it's going to be all over the place. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, but I mean, so it's going to, you're going to find, I think Interactive Brokers is the one that most of our customers use, but there's Thinkorswim, there's, lots of other brokerage packages out there. E-Trade, there you go. If you want to use Brokerage Plus, this right there, you need to, and you want to trade your account, you actually need an Interactive Brokers account. Let's take a look at IMMU. So it's already over 1825, okay? Nothing but green, guys. So this is like gap up and go, gap up and go, gap up and go. Wow. Gap up and go. I'm just trying to see. Earlier on, we had a few reversals. Gap up and reverse. There's MBRX as an example. I think I'm going to resurrect this one for a while. This is part of the, I'm sharing this one. All I have to do is go to the scans tab. And where is it? I think I'm sharing it. Maybe I'm not. Gap up, gap down. There it is. Gap continuation to reverse. Okay, so that's what you see here. That's what this one is. Gap continuation to reverse. And there are 4 strategies in here. All right, do we have some stalling now for the SPY? Another one that's just ripping here, Macerich, Macerich. Never heard it pronounced before, but anyway, MAC. There's the high looking left, 864 right there on that weekly chart. Takes that out. It's got all sorts of room. The market wants to keep moving higher. I'm sure MAC and I'm sure MIC. Yeah, I mean, Dim, listen, I mean, everybody is going to have, I mean, maybe some people will pop in and I mean, this has been my focus, INSG, but it's too late for you now. You know, I mean, it's unless it bases a lot here and maybe pops, you know, but as an example, you know, I'm still in the INSG. That's the only one I'm in right now. But I'm also the type of trade. I don't have to be in a lot of stocks at the same time. I don't have to be in any stock at all the time. Yeah, I have to delete that post, Marine. I'm hoping it does. Okay, but we can't say things like that. I mean, sure. Obviously, I hope it goes over 9, but we just can't say things like that. Okay. You know, even if you want to add, in my opinion, or something to that effect. I hate Tilray. I'll put it up, but I do hate it. I hate the whole sector. But you're right. There's a red bar ignored. There's a red bar ignored right there. I mean, it's had a great day. No question. It's having a great day. Yeah, I mean, but you know, there should be some, as opposed to just saying this is going to 9. You know, why do you think it's going to 9? As an example. I'm not talking to you specifically. You know, I mean, right there. If you look at the, so there could be some resistance right there in that weekly chart. You know, right around 887, right there, as an example. Okay, Michael, you're probably listening to me, so okay, I 9:55 or sorry, 11:55. I will do the proper countdown, okay? I will do a 5. I'll do a proper countdown so you know exactly when I get out. Okay. So guys, I'll be taking a break in about 5 minutes. And what happens is I hand off the YouTube feed to Michael. He'll run it from 11:55 to 1, and then I resume the YouTube feed at 1 o'clock. In here, I'll be out of here for completely. until 1 o'clock, until 12:30. Sorry, 12:30. Well, guys, I mean, not that I was really shaken that badly, but I mean, it sort of renewed my faith in my watch list. You know, the last 2 days have been a little bit tough, but we had a great 2 week stretch, or even a 2 or 3 week stretch. And yet, the last 2 days were a little bit tough, but today, you just all you have to do is just check to see where the original alerts were. So the only ones that did not work, YCBD. No, and this one was a crazy one. This one got stopped out almost immediately. But the rest of them, again, if you check to see, there's the original alert, there's a time, you just have to check to see what happened afterwards. Finally, things have settled down on my gap down in reverse. Gosh, I'm just not paying enough attention. The XENT, just a great entry again, right there. Look at that. Look at that consolidation on the fives. A little pop. So even though I missed the initial entry from the AI at 981, there's a great entry right there. So that's why I'm saying, the AI is a great watch list. You don't have to get all bent out of shape if you miss the first entry. I don't see any upside for YCBD. I don't see it. I mean, look, anything can happen, but the fact that it didn't, once the market opened and it didn't keep going, because there was room. I mean, it had room to get up to or through 123, and it just stalled right there. If it got through 123, I'm answering a question in YouTube. If it got through there, I think it would have absolutely ripped, but it didn't do it. So I'm just forgetting about it. All right, so if you can't see, before I leave, if you can't see, Lou, you should be using Chrome as your browser. Chrome as your browser. And if you can find the tech support tab within the room, there is the fix. Basically, you use Chrome as your browser, go to the Chrome browser settings, those three little dots, click on that, and scroll down till you find Advanced. Click on Advanced, scroll down a little bit more until you see the hardware accelerator. You have to disable the hardware accelerator. Once you do that, then close out of Chrome and then reload it, and that should fix it. Okay. All right, so I will put this in here right now. Remember, tomorrow is the last day for this week in the market. The market is closed on Friday. Yeah, that should work. I mean, it's a pain. I understand it is a pain. Anybody new coming into the room, it is a pain. I get it. Nothing I can do about it. And but you just have to do it the one time. Then when you come back tomorrow, and it is something like you have to do it every day. Just give me a second here. Okay, Michael, I'm doing the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. I haven't hit 1 yet. 1. Okay, I've just
can't keep it clothes on. When I'm in wrong, singing my song, you're breaking my phone. And I know what you do to me. Yeah, you know what you need, what you need. I'm feeling some way, I'm feeling some way, don't play. You know I don't play with me and my fantasy. Don't play with my fantasy. I'll take you to the front row. Don't just turn to the other side of the stand and walk the window. Not telling me so, I know you're gonna grab it. Found all these opportunities, don't be cool to me to think you know. Love is so damn much. I know you got the good team, feeling that heat, massaging your feet, creeping on fleek. You kissing on me, you wanna take the back streets, but you never we meet. I'm feeling that heat when you're kissing on me, creeping on fleek. I'm feeling some way, I'm feeling some way, don't play. You know I don't play with me and my fantasy. Don't play with my fantasy. I'm in the subway, the Metropolitan subway, Sunday, rolling through Paris on a Sunday. Don't change, there's nothing about you that I would change. My fantasy, that's my fantasy, baby. I'll take it to the front row. Don't just turn to the other side of the stand and walk the window. Not telling me so, I know you're gonna grab it. Found all these opportunities, don't be cool to me to think you know. Love is so damn much. I'll take it to the front row. Don't just turn to the other side of the stand and walk the window. Not telling me so, I know you're gonna grab it. Found all these opportunities, don't be cool to me to think you know. Love is so damn much. I'll take it to the front row. I'll take it to the front row. Don't just turn to the other side of the stand and walk the window. Not telling me so, I know you're gonna grab it. Found all these opportunities, don't be cool to me to think you know. Love is so damn much. I'll take it to the front row. Don't just turn to the other side of the stand and walk the window. Not telling me so.
All right, everyone, and welcome. Let's see if this works. It should. Okay, there we are. Welcome to my screen. Let me know if you can hear me and everything sounds okay and all that. But it should. Sorry, just finishing something up here. All right, so if you're new here, essentially what we do here is this is an hour just for our clients to ask whatever question they want of trade ideas, from how to use the software, trading, indicators. I don't know, you want to talk about life, you can go right ahead. This is something that I think that's really special that Trade Ideas puts on that you won't see from a lot of companies. And we just want to make sure that you have access to not just tech support people, but actual traders that use the software to trade the markets every single day. And that's what you see from Barry and Sean and Steve and Andy. All of these guys were all traders first, and Trade Ideas people alongside that. So we are here to answer kind of whatever it is you want to see. What you're looking at right now is a test account I have open where I test new strategies and theorems and this kind of stuff. And if you don't know anything about me, my name's Michael Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube. I consult with Trade Ideas to make algorithms to try to make their AI even better. And that's kind of where my focus is on the market. So they found me because I started to make YouTube videos about my journey auto trading and trying to navigate the markets as someone who traded in the prop game for a very long time and then switched over and spent 10 years in the hedge fund space and then came back to trading after that with kind of all the knowledge I had gained from working in hedge funds and seeing how much better the automated or at least semi-automated systems did as opposed to purely discretionary ones. So I'm here to learn about the maple syrup market. If we're just going to talk about random stuff, we do that too. But Jamie sent me something. I guess there's a documentary about the illegal Canadian maple syrup trade, which is a real thing. Sean and Michael, the famous trading gurus. I don't know about famous, but I'll take it. Had a good chat with the CMT today. Did a webinar with them about Holly and the AI and everything we're doing there. So if any of you were there, welcome back. I guess you have to hear me for 2 hours rambling on today, but that's fine. These algos. So one of these algorithms that I'm testing out, I just see it's firing off like a madman over here. And it is a fade algo. So let's see what it's doing well on. And this is, I've talked about this before, but we have a robust backtester within Trade Ideas. And if I take a look, let me run this. This is the strategy that's firing off a bunch. It's essentially revision to the mean type of strategy, but backtesting, in my opinion, is not enough. It's too easy to curve fit. It's too easy to build something that, from maybe a liquidity restraint, is, there's a problem from a liquidity point of view. There's a problem getting filled because things are moving too quickly. So from there, I go and I start forward testing, or walk forward testing, I've heard it called, where I just test live. All right, so this is the algorithm that these trades are coming from. 57% accuracy, almost a 2-to-1 risk reward, and all of that is good. Just trying to see how it works and how many fills I get. How much slippage do I need to demand in order to get my fills? Oh, Mike, I hope you're joking with that Tim Sykes comment. That is he who should not be named. Our first question, and thank you very much. I have a second time limit on a buy order, and my order gets 50% filled, and the price raises to my take profit and gets sold, but the price falls back 50% to the buy order, then rebuy at the lower level. You might need to explain that a little bit more, but what will happen if you only get a partial fill and the order cancels? And I'll show you what we're talking about here. Mine's going to look a little different because I'm on a experimental beta version, but you would have just 400 seconds listed right here where I have all this stuff. This is an edition that should be out fairly soon, which I'm excited for. But what you're saying is that you get filled a bit and then it pushes up, and then you're worried that it's going to come back down and then hit you. But what will happen is within that 400 seconds, it's going to leave that buy order out there. But if you only get filled on a partial position, it will cancel that order and it will put the stop and the target out. But I believe that the stop and target only get put out after a fill. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for you. If that's something you're experiencing, then that's kind of HFT style trading. And our system's not designed, nor do we recommend HFT trading. So I would note that. Now, I guess while we're here, I'll show you this edition that's going to happen fairly soon. And that's good till day is what GTD stands for. That's how IB denotes it. And then we have good to cancel. So before you had to fill in some sort of time and force number, but we're starting to kind of expand out. We're trying to expand out the software into more of a swing type of mindset for our clients that do that. I spend a lot of time on the swing time frame as well. So we wanted to make something that's good to cancel. And kind of the main reason for that is these buy and sell orders on the charts that kind of started this. Whereas before, if I wanted to, Apple, if I wanted to buy Apple as it kind of broke yesterday's high, I could put an order right here. But the problem is this order would then cancel after 500 or 1,000 seconds or so. But now I can just make it good till day and then just let it go. So that is that main addition. But I hope that answers your question. If not, just let me know. Can I review limit out in Brokerage Plus? I certainly can. So right now I've got a ton of positions here. Again, I'm testing these algorithms right now. The one thing I'd say is this is way too much to give to our clients. That's a bug that has to be addressed in this beta version. This is why we take the betas ourselves first, and then we kind of go from there. Yes, I'd like to continue. But right now I've got all these positions, and they're all short. So say, for example, I wanted to, from my short positions, I wanted to limit out all of them. And this is a style of trading that a lot of people we have use, where they will essentially enter in a lot of longs and a lot of shorts and trade the market. They've got algos that will trade, 20, 30 times both long and short each day. And so they'll have a mixture of both. And then they'll take a look at the SPY and say, okay, I think the SPY, maybe it looks a little overextended here. We're up 4 or 5 15-minute candles in a row. We're nearing yesterday's high here, or this little pivot area. So I want to sell all of my longs if I can get them, and then hold my shorts. And then if we pull back, I'll limit out my shorts. Just for example of what someone would want to trade. And I see your question there, Josh, and I'll get to it after I'm just done with this one. And so what you could do is if you click long, for example, there's none here, but it would highlight all of your long trades. And then if you want to then, or you could click all or just one or two, you can pick whatever you want to do with this. But once you hit this limit out button, it works the same as the limit offset. So, for example, if I wanted to make an incredibly passive order, if I wanted to have, I'm long a bunch of stuff. Again, my synopsis is the market's going to pull back here, and I want to offer out as many of my longs as I can, a little bit above the price to see if I can get a few cents on it. I can click on this and I can say positive 25. And what this will do is it would put a limit order out for every single one of the positions I have highlighted, longs or shorts or anything like that. It will put an offer out 25 cents above the market. And, if you get filled, great. And if not, don't worry about it. If you want it to be a more aggressive order, you could say, I want negative 25. And what it will do is then put a limit out 25 cents under the market to get you out more aggressively. So that's kind of the theory behind it, is that you could limit out, and if you highlight, because it's agnostic to long or short, it's just how aggressive or how passive you want the orders to be. You could highlight your entire position and offer the shares out. And I people do this a lot as maybe the day comes to an end. Maybe you've got 30 positions and the day is coming to an end and you want to get out all those 30 positions, but you don't want to just market out of them. You can limit out and say, yeah, I want to put a limit out above the market for all of my trades. Click one button, away you go. And then will it show up on the chart? Yep. So let me just do it on one here. I'm going to highlight APO. So I'm short APO right now. And say I want it to be limited out $1. I can click limit out. I can add $1 to it and just hit submit. And you see it just $1 from here. So we're at 37.08 right now, and then at 36.08 it put a order out. And again, that will apply to whatever I have highlighted here, however I want to highlight them, right? Again, you can click all, and it'll do it that way. If I click short, it will highlight all the short positions. And then if I had any longs, I would click long, and it would highlight all the long positions. So that is how that one works. If there's any follow-ups, let me know. But let's go back to Josh here. Say my order gets 50% filled and I take profit and my profit gets hit for 50% is sold. If the price drops down to the limit buy, it will buy the other 50%. I suppose what I'm getting at is once the takes profit is hit, it will cancel the other. Yeah, so what will happen here, Josh, is first of all, when your limit order for profit and your stop order are not put out until you're filled, right? It doesn't put out, and we do this because, say, for example, you wanted to buy 1,000 shares. I'm just going to draw a little chart here. But you wanted to buy 1,000 shares right here. So if we put out your target out here and your stop loss out here, and say you only got filled one share on your 1,000 shares, and then the stock starts rocketing, what would happen is if we had 1,000 share order out right here, is you would get filled short 999 shares, and the stock would just rocket, right? So what would happen in your scenario is that if you put out an order here and say you put out 1,000 share order and 500 shares got filled, well, what would happen is there'd be no target and there'd be no stop yet until, which the stop is irrelevant because the stop couldn't get hit without you getting filled first. But what happens is nothing will go out. Now, if in a minute or so, when your order cancels, if the system's like, okay, you only got partial filled for 500 shares, then it will put out your target and your stop for 500 shares apiece, knowing that you only got partially filled. But, right, so step one is it waits for your fill. And then step two is it puts out these other orders. And again, we do that because it would be very, very dangerous to do it the other way. If we just assumed you were going to get filled and put out a target order. Because again, worst case scenario on a trade like that is you're triggered a very small amount of your order, but we already sent out the take profit order, right? And you would get hurt. So to save people from getting hurt, think about it, right? The two scenarios. One is you got filled 500 shares here and the stock rockets up and it went past your target, but then it comes back here and it fills you for your other 500 shares. That sucks that you could have gotten sold here. That's unfortunate, but how much better is that than of my 1,000 shares, I got filled one share and the stock doubled in price and I ended up being short 900 shares as it rocketed. We would rather this scenario happen to our clients than this scenario happen to our clients. So I hope that explanation made sense. And if not, I'm here for another 45 minutes. So keep it going. I have to, 1 second here, I actually have to submit our files to support just because of that little bug that I saw. Again, this is why we test it before we give it to you guys, and then we have you help us test it as well. So I just got to tell our lead tech our top tech man. Where's Julio? There's Julio. Okay, so that's great. If the stop and target are created once the buy order expired, would the last place be used to base the stop and target? Would it be based on the execution price of the partial fill? It would be based on the execution price plus or minus whatever you decided to use as your accepted slippage amount. So, for example, back into here, this market turn up's really going to kill this paper algo going on. So if you have a limit offset here for 10 cents, it's going to, especially in the simulator, it's going to assume that you got filled not at where you actually got filled, but maybe up to 10 cents above. So it's going to raise your target up that much as well. And that's something that we're working on in the sim. It's better in live trading, but it's just something we're working on. So yeah, it won't happen with last price. It will definitely happen with your fill price, your execution price, plus or minus whatever you've decided as a limit offset. One last question. When backtesting, should I take entry prices with a pinch of salt? First of all, we love questions here. I will speak for the other traders that are doing this as well. You know, when you're up here for an hour, it's the more questions we get, the faster it goes. So don't be shy by any means, right? If you're shy about asking questions or something, just create a fake Google account and come in here, and you can do it under a fake name, I guess. But we love the questions, so keep them coming. But so entry prices, and here's where I'm going to shamelessly plug my YouTube channel. I did a video about this that I'll post, but your entry prices and how reliable your entry prices are based off of how reliable they are is based entirely off of how you set up the algorithm, right? If you set up the algorithm to trade really low priced, spready, crazy stocks, then you shouldn't trust it. If you did the right things with when setting up your algo, if you did your backtest right, then it should be fairly close. Holy, that's 3 years old. I made that video. And I actually start this video by, there we go. I actually did this strategy because somebody sent me an algo that looked perfectly. It had like a 70% win rate. It had, I think it was like a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 risk reward ratio, and it just showed that it made money all the time and never lost. So that kind of prompted me to make this video and say, hey guys, make sure that you're making your back tests close to reality. So I made the video, and that's essentially what it's just talking about, is saying, hey, how accurate your back test is in the real world is based all about you. You say you have a spread cap of 5%. So what you have to do if you do that, so let me go to this back test that I just ran. So for example, say on dollars, and say I'm going to put 5,000 in each trade. Right? So you're saying that you're okay taking a spread both in and out of 5%. So you have to include that. Let's take out this commission per trade for now. So you have to add that into your backtester for it to be accurate at all. So 0.05. $250 is 5% of 5%. Oh, you have to run. Okay. Anyway, this will be recorded. If you want to come back, I'll keep rambling about your question here. But you're essentially saying that you're okay risking $250 on your $5,000 trade, for example, both in and out. And so you got to make sure that every trade has the ability to profit 10% or more. So again, when you're watching this later, my suggestion is if your algo holds up, which it could if it's a swing trading algo and that kind of stuff, then that's great. But you have to include that in your back test. All right. So for example, I have on this algo, I have entry instructions to say I'm willing to take 10 cents slippage in, and if you're willing to take that in, you have to be willing to take that out. So in this algo, I put 10 cents per share here to make sure that it still holds up even with this commission rate applied. You can see what a dramatic hit it takes. But this is obviously worst case. I won't take 10 cents in, 10 cents out because I have volume criterias that are happening here, as well as prices to make sure my prices aren't crazy. But right, you have to test these things, right? Your trade has to be close to reality, which is what that video talks about. So definitely check that out later, because that's going to talk a lot about your question. And that's something we get a lot, where we'll have clients sometimes understanding, sometimes not, saying, hey, I built this thing and it showed that I would make, X amount of money in the back test. And then I started trading it and it's not working out too well. It's like, well, right, the back tester is not magic. It's like any computer related program or instance or anything like that, where it's the garbage in, garbage out saying of IT is if doesn't matter what you want the result to be. If you program the system to give you a crummy result, it will give you a crummy result. So the back tester, I guess the long answer is the back tester can be incredibly accurate or incredibly wrong, depending on how you set up your back test. Like, for example, watch this. If I was a scammer and I wanted to sell you this wicked trading algorithm I have, I would just do one of these. The other thing to note, let's put in some volume here. Or let's just do a price range. 1 and 200 and volume today. The other thing to note is our back tester in pretty much all of our system runs off of 1 minute candles. So if you try to do any sub 1 minute trading, it won't work, which is why I talked about before, we're not set up for HFT trading, nor do we recommend that you're set up for HFT trading ever, because it's just, you're not going to win that game. You've got Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, every big market maker, prop firm, whatever, HFT trading against you. You're not going to win that game. But there we go. See, I just hacked the market. You're 99.2% accuracy on this trade. And this is just because I want stocks that are running up $1, and in a very short period of time, in seconds, and I'm going to put out a profit target of 25 cents. Just thinking that the stocks are going to wiggle that much. But the problem with this is fills, right? If the stock's running up, are you going to get filled right at that tick, and then it's going to reverse, and then it's going to go, and you're going to get filled? It's assuming you get filled both here and here. So then the question is this backtester broken? The answer is no. I'm asking something unrealistic of it that I think is going to break the market, and that's just not, it's not honest, right? So you got to remember, if you're getting into the back tester, your goal is not to make this look pretty. It's just not. It's to make something that you can replicate in the real world. So if you ever build something like this, then you know you're probably wrong. And again, you don't need this either, right? The best traders in the world, and I've had the pleasure of traveling around and talking to a lot of them and knowing a fair amount of them. And the guys who are honest will be full upfront and honest and say, hey, my accuracy rate's like 55%, maybe 60%. And with the right risk management, that's gold, right? Keep that up. If you're right 55% of the time and you have a 2-to-1 risk reward, just milk it forever. Just keep going. You found the goose. Just make sure your risk management's in check. Curb your expectations, right? You're not going to get rich with that kind of stuff overnight, but the best guys that I know, and I'm talking even some of the old school, like Peter Bryant and those type of old school technical traders, they'll tell you the same thing. I remember I was listening to one, I think it was a podcast or a webinar or something with Peter Bryant, and he basically was talking about his trading of Bitcoin earlier last year, and he said, I've been wrong 9 times in a row, but I'm not worried because I know that one time that I hit it, I'll make all that back and some. And then he did later in the year. So, right, don't try to break the world because you're not gonna. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of our theory here at Trade Ideas is that you're not gonna hack the system because again, if you could hack it with numbers, it would be hacked, right? MIT would have, China and Russia would have put together some kind of supercomputer and kidnapped all the smartest people on the planet, and away you go. What's going to separate or make you a good trader versus a bad trader is just a system with a small edge and good risk management that you just do over and over and over and over again forever. And I think I'm going to add a time stop in here on this for, an hour from now. Go ahead. Here we go. I just think I canceled that when I was doing a demo. Because again, I try to keep this pretty accurate because before when I did these forward testings, I'd have to kind of manually check everything by hand. But now that we got the sim, I actually can reset my sim to $100,000 even, and then test for a month or so a new Holly algo, and then if that would have made money over that period of time at a decent rate, then you guys get to see it. Something else that I can hint to you without going into too much proprietary type details is that Holly is going to get an entire overhaul in the next few months from the ground up. And although it's doing well today, where is it on moderate? I don't like aggressive. I find aggressive scary. But yeah, I've gotten the go ahead to kind of rework Holly from the ground up using some really cool new statistical tools that we're building into the back end that my nerdy self has been asking for a while. So it's going to be big, and I think you guys will notice. You won't really see too much on the front end. It will all happen on the back end. But I think you guys are going to notice pretty quickly. And basically it's the same, I'm trying to see what I can tell you guys without giving up the goose, but just more complex risk management tools, more complex algos, better risk management systems is going to be a big one. Got a question here. Thank you for your question. Again, we all greatly appreciate them, so we're not just rambling incoherently for an hour. Using Brokerage Plus buy button on the chart for entry. I was stopped on a trade and Brokerage Plus would not let me take another trade in the same symbol. No boxes checked on entry time tab. So what you're going to have to make sure is that on the algo that you set up for your buy button entry, Steve, you're just going to need to make sure you go in and make sure that these are unchecked here. Because by default, this is checked to send only one order per strategy for this strategy per day. So it will actually block you from making additional trades with these buy and sell buttons. So make sure you remove those settings. Same as, right, this can stop you from trading. We added these to the order entry tabs as well, so that people can create rules to save them from being maybe a bit over aggressive or something like that. And as a trader, so I hope that makes sense. I just want to take a look at, I'm thinking of taking a swing trade on this HXL. Just popped up on an optimized swing scan. Plastic material. I just like to at least know what, I generally didn't do this before, but I like to check on what industry is happening there. Develops, manufacturers, used for commercial aerospace, markets carbon fibers, plastics. Okay. And we have an average daily volume of good enough, I think. Yeah. That's 700K volume, right? Yeah. Let me just do, so I'm going to put my stop here, and I'm just going to, 200 shares. There we go. There, that's how we enter swing trades here. Those boxes are unchecked. Okay, well, you might need to go in and click File and Send to Support, because you can see the buttons are working here. So if you email in info@trade-ideas.com and give us your username, what symbol you tried to do it on and had the order rejected, and then click Help and Send Files to Support, we'll be able to look into the back end and see if those boxes are unchecked in the back end, or maybe there was a glitch or something and they looked like they were unchecked or didn't. Also, if you're trading with interactive brokers, go into your trader workstation and see if the orders were sent. Maybe IB blocked the orders for some reason. If you're just using RSIM, then obviously you don't need to do that, and we can take a look at that on the back end for you. Those kind of investigations might take a bit, but it's just got to be a setup thing somewhere, because we're using it every day, and there doesn't seem to be a problem right now. So it may just be a glitch. Also, make sure you're using the latest beta, because we're always updating with little known bugs like that. So go to our website, under the products page, scroll all the way down to the bottom where it says beta. It should be, and you can find out by clicking Help and About. I'm on a new one, but I think the current one is 14.2. You can see I'm on 14.6 because I'm on the internal beta. But make sure you're on 14.2. If you're not, try that again. If it still doesn't work after you've updated to the beta, just send us those things on support, and we'll take a look in the back end. Another question, is there any way to know the very first alert that triggered when a ticker starts to move? You can go into your alert, you can go into history. So if I open up, do I have any alert windows? No. Let me... So if I go to history, and today I can see where the very first alert is. This would have been the first alert on this one today. Oh no, there it is. Way more. So that's going to be the best way to do it. If you're saying what an alert in general, that's a pretty loaded question, right? That's like saying, how do I know a stock's going to move before it moves? Yeah, you're not really. Good luck, kind of thing, right? There's no magic bullet. There's no holy grail. But there is one cool thing that I'm trying to get for you here. And first, I just saw a question, videos on setup of Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put that first. So that's for Stuart. That's a playlist with six short videos in it that go through setup and use of all of Brokerage Plus features. Go through that playlist, watch all 6, and you should be good to go. Again, anyone who's struggling with Brokerage Plus, that's a great link for that. But for you and trying to find, you can, under this link that I just put in chat, it will take you to a page on Trade Ideas website where you can put in a symbol and a time frame. So say you put in Apple and 9:30 to 9:35 in the morning. It will tell you what are alerts and what are filters read for that stock in that period of time. That might help you narrow it down, but that question is kind of impossible to answer, just because it's, before it starts moving. Well, moving up, moving down, moving up on a daily basis, a 1-minute basis, a 3-minute basis. Volume, I would say, is probably a pretty good indicator if something is going to start moving. But of course, there's no indicator out there that will tell you when something's going to happen in advance. And as we're talking about, that's not the goal here, right? That's not the goal to make any money. Is not to predict the future. It's to come up with something with a very small edge. And again, if someone's telling you that they have a 90% win rate, they're lying, or they're risking, $100 to make $1, or picking up quarters in front of a steamroller, as we used to call it in the trading world. So your goal is not that. Just develop one simple strategy that works more often than not and has a very outsized risk return. So you're risking 1 to make 5. And then just do it over and over and over again. And as a guy who fought that notion for years, just don't do it. And we are 20 minutes until we're back up. So questions? Anyone want to talk about the market? How's everybody holding up, I guess, is another way to chat about it. Us at Trade Ideas, we were always shut-ins. We were self-isolating before it was cool. So really, it's not been too much of a difference for us. I just hope everyone is healthy and the fam's staying healthy as well. The book Market Whisperer by Mayor Brock I found useful to get better at picking stocks. Yeah, I think he's a gap player, and that's something we focus a lot on as well, as gaps and volume. Again, I've got a whole list of books. Let me see if I can find this. If you guys want books, I like to not so much read. I like audiobooks, work out, walk the dog, that kind of stuff, and listen to something. Here, let me put this on. Share. And these are my personal trading and can view. There we go. So yeah, these are my personal favorite trading and psychology books. The psychology books are probably more important than the trading books. Again, anything with and anything with a slight edge and good risk management will make money in the market, right? Just the rest is the psychology in order to keep your edge going and to keep your risk management in check. It's so books on stock picking. So that's an interesting conversation too, where is stock picking the most important part? I would argue it's not at all. I would argue that you could throw a dart at any stock in the world, and if you manage the risk correctly, you'll be profitable, and if you manage the risk incorrectly, you won't be profitable. And it sucks because it's not the fun part of trading. The fun part of trading is when you're right, but that's not the profitable part of trading. Hello, first time here. Just started day trading journey a few months ago and came across your website. Time for another shameless plug. This is why I really come on here, guys. It's not to answer your questions. It's to plug all my own stuff. I am doing this thing, if anyone is interested, where am I? Teaching my fiance, who is a dental hygienist by trade and is now stuck at home along with a lot of people, and has always been kind of interested about what I do. And I'm teaching her how to trade from the ground up, of someone who's never made a trade, never really made an investment before. We're doing new videos Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I'm just going to paste that link there. That's going to be a good one to get you started, because we're going to go through technical analysis, fundamental analysis, statistical analysis, auto trading, AI, machine learning, and we start it with what is a stock and how do exchanges work. Now, when it comes to links on how to get started with our software, if you have it, I'll post that here as well. We have good videos for that. You'll get invited to this really cool thing that Sean did, where it's 20 lessons in 20 days, which will kind of warm you up and get you started. But those two links are great. One is kind of an intro how to trade. Again, it's free. It's no books. There's nothing, no paywall, no nothing. Just come kind of hang out with us when we do it. We're going to start doing some live streams and things like that soon as well. But that second one is great on how to use the software. It's our Trade Ideas University. And what they do there is they go through in 4 parts. In intro 2, and then next up, let's do a little bit more advanced. And all the way to the end, all the way to auto trading, machine learning, AI, that type of thing. One moment here. Going. If you want to look inside my head, here is a Trade Ideas account within a Trade Ideas account. And then here is a Trade Ideas account within a Trade Ideas account within a Trade Ideas account. And that's just because I'm a madman and I just have many different strategies and algorithms, and some are swing and some are day and some are for retirement accounts and some are things that I'm trading with different traders, and a lot going on. So I'm just running something to get a visual asset for something I'm doing for Wealth 365. So if you guys haven't heard of that, I'm doing Wealth 365 this April, I believe, April 25th. Let's move that. So we're just preparing my presentation, and our graphics guy just wants me to grab a graphics. That's what I did there. See, working while teaching, efficient. Excellent. I'll check it out. Off to work with plenty of time. Really good reading, some good reviews. Yeah, again, I'm biased, obviously, but I was using Trade Ideas, for those who don't know, 12 years before I started consulting with them. My first account opened up in 2005, 2006. When I was trading on the prop desk. And back then, all we used to do is we would scan for large bids and large offers, and something that we used to call offers stepping down. Back before, when there was still an uptick rule, what would happen is someone would put, you got your bid and your ask spread here, and someone would put out a large offer trying to short shares, and then when the order book would tick down, this guy would cancel this order and he would step down to another order. So we use Trade Ideas to scan for these, because if you were quick enough, you could actually get your order in before him and short before what was an obviously big order. This is back when level 2 meant something. Now it doesn't, because you can just, spoof orders and flash orders and in HFT style and all those things. So, it's not really as interesting as it used to be. Wealth 365 is a Trade Ideas thing coming. No, Wealth 365, if you Google it, I don't have our direct link, but it's like a webinar they do once every 6 months, I think, where they, basically grab people from all over the world and all over the trading universe, and they say, hey, do you want to come and speak to traders about whatever it is you want to speak about. So Trade Ideas, myself, will be one of the people presenting. I'm going to be presenting about how to adapt your backtesting and change your backtesting and your auto trading to the new market, this new current environment, because I myself am an auto trader. That's why I've got all these different accounts. Oh, there you go. Sean's put it in chat there. So you'll be able to check and say, hey, who do I want to see and what? And actually, let me click on this. I should be there. I hope so. I sent them I was up until about 11 o'clock my time writing the presentation. Speakers. Oh, Ralph Alcampora. Oh, if you don't go see it for me, go see it for Ralph. Here, let me show you guys. We've got another 10 minutes. And of course, any questions come in, we will stop just talking nonsense and do that. I know the screen went black for just 1 second. Here. So here's the Wealth 365 stuff. Let me just do that and then do this. So I don't think I'm here yet, but I will be. I would go see this anyway, just for Ralph. He's the founder of the CMT, godfather, one of technical analysis. If you don't want to see me, I certainly don't blame you, but go to see him for sure. Oh yeah, here we go. Oof, this is loading in weird. Yikers. Let's give that a second. We got another question. Update on my Brokerage Plus problem. I deleted the strategy and rebuilt it from scratch, and it works now. That's interesting. And actually, thank you for coming back and telling us that. So if we see that error again, we know to do that. And also, I'll pass that on to our dev team and try to figure out why they did that. Okay, there it is, loading up correctly. So yeah, Sosnoff always does great presentations. Ralph always does great presentations, and he's just someone who you should just check out because he's been around for so long. Where am I? Brian Shannon, great work. Rob Hoffman does cool stuff too. You all speakers. See, I'm below the fold, I guess. I'll get over it. Here's JC. Don't listen to that guy. He's crazy. Man, way down there. This shows how famous I am. Who is it? Mike C, you were saying we were famous. Famous traders? Well, I'm obviously not that famous. So yeah, there's a lot of speakers. It's like a week-long event, and I think they go for like 10 hours a day for a week. Todd Gordon, I love his stuff. I'm probably missing a lot of people I like too, so don't be offended. Bike Bella, right? You got to check him out. Am I even on here? could they have put me lower on the list? Okay. This is sad. I got to search for myself. Nope, not on there. Oh, there I am. Look at me. There I am right there. So, yeah, if you want to see me, here I am. That's the game plan for... So that's what I was talking about with the Wealth 365. So I am talking. I'm just near the bottom. Did you look at this, Sean? Is our boy Newsom doing it? I love listening to that guy talk. Yeah, there he is. He's just so jacked up all the time. He's like, you can't get non-excited not to. Oh, I got a correction about what my latest build is. 4.2.143. If you're on that. Clearly, they're just throwing up any pics of anyone they can find loosely related to trading. That makes me feel better, Sean, that they asked me to join because I'm loosely related to trading. That hurts. Okay, guys, I'm going to give one more chance for questions because I see Barry in Slack pinging me. I think he is addicted to you guys and answering questions in the room, so don't worry. You don't need to hear me talk any longer if there are no questions. I know that JC is not doing it. Oh, that's good. Don't listen to him, man. He's crazy. He'll just try to get you drunk off wine. Tell you everything that will be okay. Save you from bums on the street in San Diego. Long story. Thanks, guys. Takes care of all. All right, there doesn't seem any questions. Are you ready? Barry doesn't like to listen to me, so. Okay, guys. So it was nice chatting with you. I'm going to transfer this over to Barry, and it should be Jamie tomorrow at this time. And away we go. Trade safe out there, guys.
All right, Michael, let's see if that worked. I just took over for you. Hopefully that was very seamless. I gave it a half a second after the one. That work? Okay, perfect. All right, everybody, welcome back, or welcome. I'm back in the YouTube stream for those of you who are following me in YouTube. Look at GNMK, guys. GNMK over that. I was just talking about it. Right there. There was a trigger, 560 or so. No, this doesn't mean it's absolutely going to rip from here, but you can see right there, 548 is the 200-day moving average. It's above that. Just give me one second. Back. It's not an ID. Well, I'll give you the link for it. Okay, I'll give you. I think that's what you really meant. I'll give you the link. Now you only have to do the YouTube feed if, like, you're in the room right here. Okay, so I mean, this is a more robust room. I mean, a lot more interaction among traders. I can do a little bit more, with my links and all that. But the YouTube feed is fine if all you want to really do is listen to me and see my screen. There is some interaction with some traders there, but certainly not as much here in the trading room that you're in. Okay, Drora, can you hear me? I actually answered your question. Yeah, I don't talk about this enough. If you don't have to see my entire screen. Number one, there is a way in which you can just zoom in on it. You may just want to watch these, or you want to watch the Momo up and down. So there is a magnifying glass right there. I think you probably see it around that gear. And all you have to do then is click on it, and then you can zoom in various areas of my screen, okay? It's not necessary you see, the bottom right-hand corner as an example. So, Drora, can you hear me? So you asked me about the entry. Yeah, I mean it's just sort of out of the range I like to trade. When you say realistic, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of room. So I don't know what you mean by realistic, John. I don't trade. I just don't trade anything over 20 in the AI. That's just a personal decision, okay? But so when you say is it realistic, I mean it's obviously pretty whippy on the bottoming tail, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. This way is going to plug in my monitors and session. I have no suggestions. I'm sorry. Maybe take that off topic. All right, so I'm going to have T-Bone post this off topic. He's having a problem. He says when he plugs in his monitors, he loses my audio. I'm technically, I wouldn't have a clue how to help him, but I know there are a lot of people in this room, a lot more technical awareness than I have. So if you want, you can make some suggestions. All right, guys, I don't have very much of my INSG left, okay? Not very much left. I'm just have my doubts that it's going to take out 9. Thank you, guys. Thanks for trying to help him. Whoa, actually, we have something going down. KSS, actually something going down. Now the market, this is already drifting down ahead of that. KSS starting to drift down. So keep an eye on the SPY, guys. There's the first. Well, we did have a 2-bar pullback right there in the 15, and it wasn't dramatic. Was not dramatic. Coop, Mr. Cooper Group. Yeah, probably some. Well, actually, yeah, probably some resistance. Yeah, so guys, I have my doubts that the INSG is going to take out 9. So I've already traded two portions of it out. Yeah, so the MRSN. So now we're getting into that choppy phase of the market that I saw yesterday more. Something pops up, looks really good, and then it just falls flat. Oh my gosh. It depends, Biomat. There's no like, okay, if it hits here, I'm out 25%. A lot of it depends on how the market is trading, how I think it's trading, how fast it's gone up, short period of time. I'm not. It's more of a feel for me, unfortunately. So that's why I cannot teach trading. I can't say, okay, here are my rules. Does this get out this portion, gets up a little bit more, do this. I cannot. It's more of a feel for me. All right, can you hear me now, Aurora? What I said was, can you hear me now? Okay. So as far as held by institutions, well, think about the stocks that are held by institutions. Facebook, Google, all the big guys. Personally, I don't trade those very often, if ever. So the ones that I'm trading, typically, they're probably not big institutional holds. So to answer your question, I really don't know. That would have to come from somebody who trades a lot of stocks that have widespread institutional holding. I really don't know. I don't know if it helps, or I'm sure it probably doesn't hurt, but I can't tell you that it's going to really help you. It's like anything else. If a stock doesn't have a catalyst for the day, or it depends what you're talking about. You're talking about swinging, you're talking about intraday trading it. I don't pay attention to it at all, because most of the stuff that we trade You know, INSG, I bet you, I mean, maybe there are some institutions holding it, but certainly nothing that's going to make any difference, in my opinion. So maybe not the answer you wanted, but somebody else might take a stab at it. I don't know. Okay, market's still strong, guys. That was at one point, that was a red candle, remember? Got all the way, not all the way, but it got down to there. Now it's a green candle, 8 minutes for it to close. Yeah, Dora, I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, IVR, well, IVR may be a slightly different animal. I mean, I know it's a cheap one, pretty a lot in the float, but it is one of these investment funds. So I don't know. I can't really answer that one. You know, I mean, it's fallen from grace, obviously, like most stocks. What real says. All right, only two negative sectors right now, and that is gold and silver. A couple of precious metals. Silver barely negative, and gold, not much, not down by much, but only two sectors that are negative. Well, it's crept up on me. So today is Wednesday. Okay, so 108, I am doing so there's no marketing meeting, but I am going to be in the webinar at 5 o'clock. So I have to remember that. So I'm going to be doing my video right now. No, wrong one, wrong one. Okay, so I'll be back around 1:40. Certainly shouldn't be no later than 1:40. I'll just put this in here so I know. See if so I have a reference point where I stopped, so I can check to see if there are any messages afterwards. It's a virus play. MBRX was a virus play. Just have to. Can I answer you when I come back, the Dreamer? Just remind me, okay? I've got to get this video done. Okay, thanks. Just remind me if I forget. Okay, guys. So we'll see you at around around 1:40. Yeah, it's not a big room for Canadian stocks, Mercy. Okay, I'm a Canadian, but I don't trade Canadian stocks at all. So just not a. If you're looking for Canadian stocks, I mean, there could be some Canadian. I know there are Canadians in the room, but most of us do not trade the Canadian stocks. So and we do scan. The program does scan for Canadian stocks, but you're just not going to find a lot of interest in Canadian stocks in this room. Okay. Remember when I showed you this window a little while ago? It was just completely 100% green, and now we're starting to get some yellow stocks. So these are gap up and reverse. So they gapped up at the beginning of the day, and now they're reversing. SKT as an example. Promotional code is, let me just pop it in. But you know what? Why don't you just wait another day, okay? Because I know there's going to be an Easter code tomorrow. So why don't you just wait a day? I'm pretty sure it's going to be for 25%. Okay, so just if you can wait, if you can hold off a day, it'll be 25%. Hopefully Dan, our CEO, is not listening to me. I just don't have the code yet. But if you come into the room tomorrow, I'm sure I will have the code sometime tomorrow, and I'll be able to post it in the room, okay? I just don't have the code yet. It's not active. I actually have the code, but it's not active yet, so there's no point in giving it to you. Yeah, remember everybody, the market's closed on Friday. Well, it was either going to be 20 or 25. I lobbied hard for you guys to make it 25. All right, guys. Okay, now that is the first break we've seen since that first opening candle. Okay, there's that first break we've seen now of a red candle. Now we're starting to see some oil plays, MUR starting to drift down. Tapestry, it's the old coach. Today was excellent for me, Paul. The last 2 days, not so much. But everybody has their own story, of course. Well, let's see if this holds right here. This area right there on the SPY, it's testing it right here. Remember what happened yesterday? You know, we had such a great day most of the day, and then we had a big sell-off at the end of the day, and we actually had we closed mildly negative after being up most of the day. kind of hard to see here. But then after hours, look at after hour. I'm sorry, that's. Then I had the SPY up. Yeah, so you see we're up, and then all this, and then that basically got us into negative territory. Well, if we're up to me anyway, I think we'd only trade 4 days a week. Yeah, I mean, I know some of you guys want to trade 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're crazy. That's it. You're crazy. Man. You know, and they still advertise the heck. Travago. I still see them advertising like mad. Well, not maybe right now, not right now, but before. But look at Travago. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, they spend a lot of money on TV ads. And you know, it's not a it's not a high. They don't have a lot in the float, so. Okay, guys, the GNMK probably going to struggle to get through 6, but so far that red bar ignored. You know, a little bit choppy, but it's tending to work, and some volume just came into it. Yeah, I agree, Jimmy. 9:45 to 11:30. That's how I used to trade. No, I never traded all day long. Though I have to admit, well, at least in this market environment, the main reason is that in the old days, a month and a half ago, you know, the market would pop, but you wouldn't see 3, 4, 500 point swings intraday up and down. And that's what's giving, you know, that's what's giving us some really great trades even later on in the day, because we're getting those swings. Whereas before, you know, the market, let's just say the market had a great day in the old days, a great day up 200, probably would trade in a fairly narrow range for the day. Oh, your question. Yes, yes. What was your question? Can you repost it, or I'm going to have to find it? Right above. Okay, if you update your alert window. Okay, if you update your alert window and you already have your trading strategy set up, can you just copy and paste the collaborate for the new window? Or just update it? So is this your question? Though, guys, it helps me if you click on my channel at least once or twice a week. I think this is your question, right? So you could do this, right click, edit the trading strategy, and then configure. Is that what you mean? You could actually just go in here and trade and change the symbol list, but that's only for you, okay, the Dreamer, and then just save it. Okay, Enya just came in here, not the singer. ENIA just came in here. Now, it's a very tight stop. That's why it's taken 606 shares. It's a pretty tight stop. You can see right on the chart, it stops at 7.99. If it hits 7.99, if I allow it to do that, I'll be out $103 in the simulator. Now, what sort of room? I mean, it's got a ton of room if it wants to. There's the 200-day moving average at 9, so that's far enough away. It's had the pullback. It's just barely sneaking in, though. You can see again. I have a filter in here that the relative volume has to be at least 1. So so the volume is great. It's a huge float, but and it's basically just trading normally up to this point of the day. That's all it's doing. So I'd be a little bit cautious on this. I don't expect huge moves because of the float, 1 billion in the float. Give me one moment, please. Okay. All right, guys. Again, I'm not desperate to get into anything here. Oh, there's that GSX again. So you can see this was an early Holly alert and it got stopped out. It was a short. It got stopped out on this move up here. And now it's starting to move down underneath the whole number. It's a pretty decent spread, actually. And it's China education stock. But I am sort of surprised at no, it's not IQ. IQ has surprised me. This is one I almost took the short pre-market. I was thinking maybe it would just really collapse, or at least get down to what it did yesterday. Again, fraud allegations for IQ. Yeah, you're starting to get a little bit sharp. Remember this move here, guys? That's when we saw so many stocks just do this. There was a straight hour of up. I don't know, William. William Martin. Maybe. maybe we'll go red again. You know, the new normal, as you're saying, is, you know, have a positive all day and then sell off at the end of the day. That certainly didn't happen on Monday. Monday was the maybe that was the anomaly. Maybe it opened strong and it kept getting stronger and stronger as the day progressed. mRNA, let's take a look. mRNA. Well, the low yesterday was 30.94. So if you think that's, and then the low today was 31.77. So I don't know if you think the low of the day is going to be resistance. Not that far away. Yeah, I mean, yeah, super cheap, obviously. Super cheap. I just I hesitate to think it's going to take out $1. So far, guys, that red bar worked a little bit choppy, but the red bar ignored for GNMK is working not too bad. It takes out 6. I'm looking at the room it's got through the 200-day moving average. Look left on that daily chart. It has room, in theory, to about 7. So guys, I'm not in any trades right now. I'm just gonna, actually, to be honest, I'm just kind of biding my time till 3. Unless something really astonishing happens for me, I'm probably not doing anything. So a great time to ask me questions. You know, I'm not busy right now. See now the relative volume is only 1. Volume is starting to decrease. So now the relative volume has gone from 1.02 down to 1. I'm just going to exit this one. I didn't take that in my real account. I don't like it in this account, in the simulator, so. I don't see that Delta has earnings today. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I don't see that it has earnings today. You'd have to give me a link for that. I don't see. They were supposed to. Okay, so we've always had April 21st. I'll let somebody. I have none in terms of recommendations on tech analysis books websites. I'm sure there somebody wants to answer that in the off topic. With I haven't looked at any of those sort of things for years and years, so I'm out of touch. But somebody might have a more up to date recommendation for you. Okay. Well, the watch list changes every day. Okay, the watch list changes every day. I mean, what happens is some of these stocks will be carried over depending if I think they've still got room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. I will take a look at the overall watch list. Remember, these are just the stocks that triggered from the watch list. If that makes sense, the watch list in itself is bigger than this. These are the ones that triggered from it. So what I do? Yeah, sure, Richie. So what I do is once the day's over, I'll take a look at all these, and I'll not just these ones, but the entire watch list. Load the charts one by one. Load them into the charts one by one, and then make a determination whether I think they could be carried over tomorrow. Some of them, and then I have about 4 or 5 scans that I look at after hours, and that's where I start adding the new symbols to that will make up tomorrow's watch list. Okay, sure. So sometimes there are symbols that carry over for days and days. I mean, if it still looks good, if it still looks good, looking good for me, of course, meaning does it still have room on the daily, monthly, and weekly chart? All right, so Richie, order details and risk management tab. Okay, so let's just take a look at the chart long $100 risk. Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely, the dreamer. Sure. Okay, so Richie, make sure Richie is watching me. Richie, are you watching and can hear? Okay, so these are the two, as I always say, they work hand in hand. Okay, order details and risk management. Now, entry time, if you want. I mean, as I've said before, on the watch list up right now, I delay it until if I brought this one up, you would see it's delayed to 9:45. Here it doesn't matter because these are all discretionary. I'll take the trades when I want to. So I don't have a timer on this, a start time. It doesn't matter. So order details and risk management. So as I always say, I would encourage everybody to start thinking about when you get into a trade, how much money are you going to risk on the trade? And how much money you're going to risk per trade should be in relation to your account size. So I mean, what I'm doing in the simulator is what that 100 means is I'm risking $100 a trade, okay, in the simulator. If a trade goes against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. Now, sometimes it might be more. It depends on slippage or something else that happens. Sometimes I'll lose less because I'll get out of a trade earlier than the stop. But without sort of muddling up the issue. $100 is what I'm risking in the simulator based on the stop loss. So here's where I put my stop loss in the risk management. Now, guys, I'm not saying you have to use this VWAP stop. You don't have access to it yet, but it is going to be added pretty soon. So that in this big drop-down menu, when you click on filter, you see there are a lot of things you can use. Don't ask me. Most of these are, in my opinion, you wouldn't even think about using. Okay, these are basically all of your filters. Okay, that's why it's looking at every single filter that we've got. So a lot of them don't make a lot of them will not make sense to use. So I use this VWAP stop again. Right now, for me, it's a custom formula, but eventually it's going to be added. Hopefully this week, maybe by next week, it will be added, and so you guys can use it. And basically, it's a long formula that takes a look at different VWAPs, the high and the low of the day, and sort of spits out a number right there. You see the VWAP stop is 53 cents as an example. Okay, you can use the Smart Stop. I'm not in love with the Smart Stop. That's why I changed the Smart Stop in dollars, but you can try it, especially if you're in the simulator. But when you do that, when you have a stop in place and you are risking, say, $100 or whatever that number is, you'll then see that when you do take a trade using this, that it'll automatically size it. It'll take, in fact, what I'm going to do now is, why don't I start to just do some trades? So I'm going to get out of the positions right now. So not a bad day without really paying 100% focus on it, a couple $100 in the simulator. And one of those, of course, was this trade that I was demonstrating the buy button. So I'm just going to get rid of all the trades. Okay, so now we're going to start from scratch. So let's just demonstrate how you can use the buy button right on a chart. All right. Now, if you don't have a buy or sell short button on a chart, that means you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas. So make sure you have. One moment, please. I'm getting a feedback from my YouTube feed. Here we go. So if you don't have the buy buttons, and I haven't even gone over the similar, I'm going to go over the similar tab also. If you don't have that similar tab in the single stock window or the buy and short buttons right on the chart, then please download the latest beta right here, subscriptions, click on subscriptions, and download the latest beta right there. If you do that, you'll be brought to the download page. Scroll down until you see the beta, okay? So what do I use? So what you do, again, we have a buy and a short button right on the chart. So what you do is you take, if you want to use the buy button, you have to designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to trade using the buy button, okay? And how you do that, so I picked this one. I mean, makes sense? I've named my strategy chart long $100 risk. And all I do is I right click and I check default chart long strategy. I could have picked another one, but I've picked this one. So now when I look at, let's just see what the strategy is. So there are my order details. I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. I'm using the VWAP stop. And I'm putting an offset. What that offset, that 50 cents means, is that you'll see when I take a trade that it'll automatically put a target 50 cents on top of the entry price. Okay? I only do this for demonstration purposes. I never put targets. I'm always managing the exits. I suppose if you leave your computer or something and you want to get out at a certain point, fine. But anyway, I just put this in here so I can show people how it can be used. Okay, so Richie, first of all, is that all making sense? Okay, so now let's take a trade and see how that works. So let's just say I wanted to trade Delta. All right, I'm looking at Delta right here, and it's at 23.12. So what I can do is I just do something like this. I just click on the buy button. Now I can drop it on top of the price that it is, just like that. So now what's happened is it is a conditional buy at $23.14. If the stock hits $23.14, it'll take the trade, and it's hard to see because it's down here, but there's the stop. Looks like it's something probably looks like it's probably $22.97. It's hard to see it, but if I went to orders, there it is, $22.97. Here's the order. It hasn't executed yet. If I didn't like it, I could always just cancel the order. Okay, so see how it disappears on the chart? I just canceled it. Okay. Oh, was that your question, Lawrence? That was your question, right? Yeah. So it shows up in the orders that haven't and that have not been executed. So at any point, you of course, all you have to do is just cancel the order if you don't want to. So, but let's take a trade. Okay, that was the whole purpose, was to take a trade. Unless it flashed up there, that's the only thing I can think of. ARNC. Yeah, I have no explanation for that, because you're right. It does look like that's at 9:05. Yeah, I can't say that that's happened to me before. So let's take a trade using the buy button. So let's do the ARNC. I mean, look at that. I mean, actually, this is very interesting, because you look a couple of days ago, the high was 9. So if I were really going to do this, I probably wanted to take with the high right there. But again, all I'm trying to do is demonstrate this. So let's see. Okay, let's take this trade, NVST. Okay, I'm going to take the trade. Clicked on the buy button. I'm going to drop it to the price. Oops. Now, you see, I dropped it below the price, which means I want it to pull back to the price. You can do that too. So if I could say, if it pulls back to a certain price, but what I'm really trying to do, I want to drop it there. So I dropped it right at the price it is, and see, it took the NVST long. So you see what you can do. You can put a conditional buy order either on top of the price, so if it hits a certain level that you're comfortable, or if it pulls back to a certain price. All right, you can, do it right in the chart. So you see, it took 196 shares. Why? $16 entry. The stop is 15.49 based on that VWAP. You can see right there. That's and this changes, of course, as the price changes. But $16 minus 42 is going to be approximately 15.49. So that's why that's the VWAP stop. So it took the trade, and again, 196 shares times the difference between the entry and the stop will give me approximately $100. Again, hard to see, but it's 99. Minus 99 is right there. Minus 99 is right there. I know it's hard to see. Now, at this point, if I didn't like that stop, I don't have to wait for it to get stopped out, of course. Now what I can do is I can start moving. Maybe I move that stop up to the low of that candle, okay, right on the chart. So now if I get stopped out, I'm only out $61 as an example. Okay, now let's just say, for argument's sake, I have this, again, what I consider an artificial, target price, 50 cents above. Let's just say it starts getting there, very close. I can see right there it's 16.46, okay? And so if it starts getting close, I don't have to get out at 16.46. I can start moving that up also, right on the chart. Now let's do something a little bit different. Let's because a lot of you, you may not want to use the buy button. You may not want to set up one-click trading. Maybe you're more comfortable just saying, you know what, I want to buy 300 shares of this stock. Now you should have a stop in mind, because why are you buying 300 shares? If you're willing to risk $100 on the trade or whatever that number is, there should be a method to your madness about how many shares you're going to buy. But let's just say LTRX. Somebody mentioned this before. So LTRX. So let me see if I can do something that's logical. Okay, here's an ELMD. Let's say I want to take 200 shares of ELMD. Now the market right now is 12.13, 12.20. Okay, so let's just see if it fills me in between. Sometimes it'll do that. Okay, so I'm going to buy 200 shares. I'm going to leave it at the market, but if I wanted to pick a better price, somewhere in between. Let's just see if I get a fill. 12.16. Okay, I got a fill. I got a fill at 12.14. Filled me in between. Okay, so I just took this trade. Now, I don't have a stop in place, so I can now add a stop if I want, which I always should. But before I took the trade, I would have, in my mind, I would have said, okay, there's my stop, and that would have, now you're having to do some math. Take the trade at 12.15. You got to stop at 11.93. The difference times the number of shares you're going to take. Have to do a little bit of math. That's all. Not hard. But now if I want to put the stop right there at 11.93, I'll just type it in, 11.93. I usually do it in both places, 11.93, and then I sell. Click on the sell, and the stop now is set right there, right on the chart. And again, if the trade starts working, I can keep moving my stop up and up and up. No, the trailing stops I don't think work, Jeff. So I cannot show one. Now we've talked about that in the marketing meetings, and I just don't think I don't know why we have them there, to be honest. 100%, And the other thing is that I would, listen. There's nothing wrong, I guess, with. I know the concept of using a trailing stop is there. I would maybe want to get more used to using what I would do is putting a stop on the chart and then moving it where it makes sense. Just moving it right on the chart where it makes sense instead of saying, okay, you got a 1% or a 0.5% or a 30-cent trailing stop. To me, it makes way more sense to put your stops right on the chart where they make sense. If it breaks down through that candle, things like that. That's what I would do. Look at GNMK, guys. GNMK off that red bar ignored. Took a while, but suffered through that little bottoming tail. But definitely from that original red bar ignored way back here. Again, that you would have suffered right through here. I don't know how fast that was. And I could do the same thing. I could put a target. I could put a target way up here, say at 12. Say I wanted to put a target on this now at 12.50. Do the same thing. Just type it in. Both places. Again, this is a manual way of doing it, but nothing wrong. And then sell. So now you see there's the target up here at 12.50. So at this point I've bracketed it with the stop and the target, which I can if the trade starts working well, I start moving my stop up, I would keep moving my target up. So highly visual, right on the chart to do all this. There you go. Okay, Chris. Interesting. Actually, the target price, are you talking intraday? Yeah, so intraday, it's nothing fancy, Jeff. And all it is, you notice that, and I don't know what we're going to do in terms of the smart stop, okay? The smart stop, I mean, it's somewhat useful. I wouldn't even, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even pay attention to the target price or the smart stop. I mean, it can be a bit of a guide, yes, because all the target price is double the smart stop. So I mean, let's just say for argument's sake, you clicked on an alert at $1, and the smart stop was at 75 cents, 25 cents away. The target is just double that, 50 cents. You know, so it'd be $1.50. I mean, I mean, the idea is good, but I think we need a better way to come up with it with a stop, and it's being worked on. Well, let's take a look. Okay, there's a pop right there. Yeah, OIH. I'm just looking to see some of the ETFs. XLE. Yeah, some volume coming in too. So maybe there's a deal. Maybe a deal is imminent. I mean, they were supposed to meet tomorrow. And USO halt. Yeah, USO is halted. You're absolutely right. USO is halted. Wow. Don't often see an ETF halted. Notice it's stopped out. Is that right? Stopped out. ELMD. Yeah. See, it stopped it. Remember, I moved my stop down and it took it out right there, and then moved right back up. And this was in the practice, just practicing with the ELMD. Now it's right back up. Now, if I'd left my stop down here, it wouldn't have got stopped out, but I don't know if this is technically considered an ETF, but I haven't seen one. I haven't seen one halted. I think ever. What do I think about MBRX? Probably not much. I mean, I have a tough time with stocks that, especially cheap ones. I mean, that's a huge percentage decrease, okay? Got all the way up to 2. Had a lot of, in fact, it got up to 2 in the pre-market. Well, maybe that's an open. Yeah, it's 9:45. And then it's just, from there, it's just sunk. Trash. Yeah, Gus says trash. I agree. I mean, yeah, they've got some news. Yeah, virus play, potential treatment for, come on. I mean, these little companies are pumping these press releases out day after day after day. Do you honestly think that, MBRX, honestly think it's going to have a potential treatment for for COVID-19? Do you honestly think? I mean, that's why they say potential. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be so skeptical, but they pump them out. It looks like a nice press release. It has a little bit of enthusiasm, shall we say, pre-market and all that. But then, reality sets in. Yeah, it might pop, but exactly. No, exactly. Guys who were trading around the dot-com era, I always say this. All a company had to do, they had to do one of two things. We're going to have a website. Remember those days? We're going to start a website. Or B, we are now partnered with Microsoft, along with 10 million other companies. And that's all it took. Well, there's American Airlines, guys. What a nice pop for American Airlines over the whole number. And the SPY is that a high for the day? Yeah, it's a high for the day. Yeah, that is a high for the day. And let's see. So, you know what? I mean, it's approaching yesterday's high, 275.03, so it's not that far away from yesterday. Maybe. I mean, it popped here. I don't know if that was directly as a result of burning basically dropping out. This pop here, more than likely, it doesn't take a genius. Is probably because of whatever's happening with oil. So USO has resumed. Oh, American Airlines. I mean, this is now, typically oil going up would not be a good thing for the airlines. But anyway, there's UAL, American Airlines. My guess is that if you want to play the ETF, Jets on the way up. Just a moment, please. This could be an interesting one. Oh, Blackstone. Okay, one of the Blackstones. Still could be interesting, I guess. I mean, look at that weekly chart. Look at the daily chart where it is. It's just taking this out. I don't know enough about these guys. Not very much volume. I know it's one of these. I don't think I've ever traded one of these instruments. All right, guys, so it's getting close to 3 o'clock. So, like yesterday, Sebastian, the developer of the room, is going to come into the room. I'm going to load I guess the latest version of Chrome. So those of you who have had the pixelization problems at the bottom half or bottom third of my screen, if you want to stick around till 3 o'clock, and then I'm going to load the latest version of Chrome and cross my fingers that it's going to fix it. He says that a couple of other rooms, or he said at least one other room, it has solved the problem that so he sells. Of course, this is the trading platform that you're looking at. This is the third party. It's not ours, and he sells it to others. And he says it fixed the pixelization in one of the other rooms. So you want to stick around till 3? Let's see if that works. Oh, the airlines are just ripping here. Look at UAL, DAL, American Airlines, Dallas, Delta. They're all just absolutely ripping. As is the market. So I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY above yesterday's high. It takes that out. That's incredibly bullish. You know, after giving it up well, not all day, but towards the last couple of hours and finishing negative. Okay, so this demonstration trade that I took, NVST, starting to work. Now, 1646. Okay, I'd love to see it get close to 1646. I will start to move that up. There's what I call the artificial get out, 50 cents above the buy. I would definitely, if the trade keeps working, I would just move it up. And of course, I can always at this point move my stop up even closer, even to break even if I wanted to. Let me talk a little bit about the similar tab. I haven't talked about it all day. If you an additional tab to the single stock window, if you don't have that tab, then please download the latest beta right here. Subscriptions, and download the latest beta. Okay, and scroll down till you see this and download it. All right, because this is only going to get better in my opinion. So here's how I use it. So I have my single stock window up, and I click on similar, and then I duplicate it twice. Right click, duplicate. Okay, and then I put them here. That's why these two are here. And you can see I've got two ways I can take a look at the similar tab: competitors and price action. Price action, for me anyway, needs more work. Competitors, one thing that we need is a minimum volume. But what this does is, let's say I click on MBRX. So MBRX is in a sector called pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. So when I click on MBRX, I can see these are the other stocks in the sector. How are they doing compared to MBRX? So what I do is I sort on the change from the close percentage column, so I can see the ones that are up the most right at a glance. And that's why I've duplicated the window, because then I also sort on that column the other way. So I can see the ones that are down the most in that sector. Okay? So if I see MBRX, I say, okay, that's good. Well, what about MNOV? What's it doing? It's not bad. Not a bad little pattern it's on right now. I can start watching it. Or let's say I want to follow this sector all day long. Not a bad idea. Obviously this sector, very alive. Lots of interesting things happening. Probably every single day. So I can take this sector now, right click, and pop it out. Now this is a top list that I can follow all day long. And I can put, I can put all sorts of different filters in here. If I only want to see certain stocks, a certain price range, minimum volume, all sorts of things that I can now follow this sector all day long. Okay, I can't assist you, but I'll send you to Kelly, okay? IC 232323. And just let her know that that's what you want. I can't do it. I don't have access to the accounts, okay? So just contact her and let her know, okay? Usually we send something out, I think a couple of weeks before on a yearly to let you know, but just contact her, okay? No, the simulator. Let me just. I'll keep this. I'll put this on my other monitor. So the TI simulator. No, it's under Brokerage Plus. So click on New, Brokerage Plus. Okay, then the window will pop. This window will pop up, and then where it says Connected 104, just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay, and then remember, when you check this simulated trading, it has no bearing on what broker you have. This is using our real-time data. Remember earlier on, sun was moving down. Of course, it's moving up with the rest of probably oil stocks, energy stocks. Look at the market. I don't think it took that out yet. I don't think it took out the high of yesterday. If it did, yeah, so it's got to get just another couple of points here, 275, so another couple. Probably means, I don't know what that translates to exactly of the Dow, but getting closer and closer. What a day. Man, what a day this one had again. Iowa wins a 10-year contract for the new statewide gaming system in Iowa. That was in news for SGMS today. Yeah, I can't really make a recommendation like that, okay, regarding anything really to retailers. You know, I really can't make a recommendation like that. It's not that I don't have an opinion, but you know, I'm not an investment advisor, so I really can't say yes, I think it's a good idea to buy for the long run, or no, I don't think. I mean, look, if we think I mean, the retailers are just, who knows what's going to happen to these guys down the road. I mean, we're still maybe months away. I mean, you wouldn't think that Nordstrom's or Kohl's is going to go to business or anything like that, but let's not kid ourselves. Nordstrom's, I mean, this is back, okay, this is when it all started, okay? There's that week when it all started. Now, yes, it had a little bit of, but you know, look at where Nordstrom's had come from before. So, I mean, Nordstrom's and all these retailers, not all of them, but I know Nordstrom's does have a bit of an online presence, but I mean, they've got a ton of real estate too. So, and they were already in trouble, even before the virus. So, your decision. Yeah, I guess I should have taken this one, NVST. Now it's getting closer and closer to that 1646. Oh, okay. You're in the fashion industry, okay. Okay, laser. Remember I was talking about laser earlier, and oh, why did that happen? You know what? I'm wondering that might be just slightly delayed because okay, there it is. Okay. So see, it just snuck in. The relative volume just snuck in. The minimum has to be 1 for it to trigger. It wasn't. It was now. It's over 150,000 shares. And look at the volume that just came in. People always buy clothes, yes, but from where now? I mean, that's the. Hey, listen, my wife loves Nordstrom's, but yeah, tough spread on. Well, a bit of a tough spread on this one too. The laser, 13, 13, 10. This could get stopped out. This is just in the simulator. I've not taken this in my live account. I'm out of everything, guys. I'm not in any stock right now. And not looking. It's 2:43, so in about 15 minutes, the developer of the room is going to come in, and then we're going to play around with Chrome and see whether or not that is the solution to our pixelization problems. I we get this email once a day from this guy trying to sell us stuff. I'm not trying to be pushy, but I haven't heard from you. Okay, so you stick around, Trader Al, okay? You can stick around to 3 o'clock. Well, we need a test case, and you're there could be other people in the room that can't see the bottom of the screen, or it's black, or whatever the heck it is. And we're gonna see if this new version of Chrome fixes all that. I mean, look, you don't have to if you don't want to. Just posting to Twitter my video. And guys, come into the room tomorrow. I will have a promo code for 25% off. Okay, so if you come into the room tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be released, but I'll be able to give it to you tomorrow. Okay, and that'll be 25% off either the first month or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And for those of you who do want to purchase Brokerage Plus, it'll be 25% off that also. Well, I'm still interested, yeah, to see if this just has to pop through yesterday's high. Look out if it does. I mean, that is very bullish. Man, we're not that far from the 200-day moving average. Not that far. Who'd have thunk it when we're down here at 218? All right, guys, and NVST still chugging along here, getting closer to that. Well, I've actually raised it, haven't I? I think I raised it. No, I didn't raise it yet. So why don't I just raise it? I'm going to raise this again. It's artificial. Raise it up a little bit. I raise it to 1654 from 1646. Now this is getting super extended on the 15s and the 5s. Well, there are going to be very few stocks making again the watch list of weak stocks. I mean, one of the scans that I look at, the weak stocks down, there's only two, and those have been on all day. So that can be the problem, though. If I don't have a somewhat of a mix of weak stocks and strong stocks, what happens if the so if my watch list is made up predominantly of strong stocks, what happens if the market, gaps down 500 tomorrow? We won't get any alerts. That's why I do like a little bit of a mix, but I can't manufacture it. There's just no weak stocks meeting my filter requirements. Yeah, yeah, that's a big red candle for sure. Yeah, market close on Friday, so tomorrow's the last day of trading for the week. No, Fred, I should have been following it a little bit more closely. The IFRX, yes. Well, now that it's over this area right there, 524, next area could be 570. Nicely done. Why? Good Friday. Why is it closed? Good Friday. Not penny stocks. No, just stocks that are performing. It could be any. I mean, I could be any price range. Weak stocks in the today, weak stocks today, like SPTN. So for this is today is a weak stock. It's down a certain amount, which has to be at least 4 or 5%. So right volume, right relative volume. So it fits all the filter requirements for a weak stock today. It doesn't mean, we could have, this could have started right there and been a weak stock, even though, how can I explain this better? So, this one was moving up, strong stock. But on a given day, it could be a weak stock. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about overall weakness. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find some stocks that, okay, weak stock today, could it continue tomorrow, as an example? So when I look at this, probably won't make the list. The reason being is that right there, a lot of support right around 12 probably, and there's the 200-day also. So it doesn't have a lot more, obviously if it took out 12, then look out. But so again, guys, come in tomorrow to the room and I'll be able to give you a nice promo code for 25% off. The first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription, okay? Well, I have to admit, guys, I'm very surprised at IQ. I thought maybe this had a chance to do an LK, but not even close. Not yet, anyway. Hello, VJ. When you say, will you get a stock alert? Depends what you mean by that. I mean, we talk about stocks all day long. Whether you take the trade or not is up to you. And this is my watch list giving alerts. GBTC. I have no idea. I'm so out of tune with what's happening in the crypto. So out of tune. Wrong. I'm really the wrong person. I mean, obviously, this is bounced off the lows here. I couldn't. I don't even know what Bitcoin is at right now. So this is not a room, VJ, in order that I'm going to tell you, okay, you should buy this or sell this. You know, we throw out ideas all day long. All right, there goes laser. There was the auto trading on the entry, 1317, 1334 now. This has been a real star. This was 2 days ago, a buy, 1016 from the AI. And a great day yesterday, another great day today, and still has room. I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but it still has room. Whew, what a day, what a day. Thank you, Ariel. Boy, this is straight up. Now what I can do is I start moving my stop, just a little over break even. Just start moving it up and up and up and up. It's right on the chart. I thought you were packing it in a long time ago, Zach. I knew you wouldn't, but I thought you were. So it's so fascinating how the tankers, direct correlation to what's happening with oil. So there's Fro on the way down. No, 9 o'clock. I run from 9 to 3 every day, Eastern time. So half an hour before the market opens, start talking about the stuff that's happening in the pre-market. And I do stay after 3 o'clock if I have questions and all. But again, I'm anticipating the developer of the room is going to come in and we'll try to see whether or not the new version of Chrome solves the problem with pixelization. You too, Real. Been a great day. I just needed the one good trade, and that was INSG. Thank you. So tomorrow, what I'm going to be looking at is, again, we don't have very many earnings plays, but if I can find one that looks interesting, this wasn't, classically, not this laser, but the INSG wasn't classically an earnings play, but it may as well have been because they kind of released their guidance early, and they released what their guidance, revised guidance. I guess it was revised guidance. So that may as well have been an earnings play. Yeah, wow, that's what a candle. Look at the volume too for ZM. Look at it. All right, guys, it's now 2:59. Appa Wow. Okay, I see it's at, yeah, some volume. Yeah, I've actually been following that one today because it was in this segment that we're still testing. AI segment less than $20. There was an alert at 697 way earlier, 10:04, and it really didn't do much. But now it's starting to move, and look at the volume coming in. Yeah. The new scans I added today, which ones? When you say the new scans, I haven't added any new scans. I'm using this one now, but it's part of the scans in the scans tab. It's the gap continuation in reverse. It's in the scan, so I haven't added any new scans that aren't already in the scans tab. And why does it upset you? Because you didn't get in? Oxy, boy. Okay, Oxy really taking out this area here, guys. Well, listen, if there really truly is an oil deal, now, Oxy's got some other problems. You have to remember that this was in disarray way back here too. But look at Oxy right there. Taking out yesterday, that, the next high looking left on the daily is, all the way up to almost $20. 19. So this will be on the watch list almost for sure tomorrow, just because when you look left, look at the potential. That's all we're talking about, just the potential. What a great alert! And I'm gonna raise it a little higher. Oh, you know what? I'll just let it take it out. If it touches it, it's gonna take it out. It's just gonna take it out. There, just took it out. Look at that. Now I wouldn't normally, if this were in my real account, I would just keep moving that up. I wouldn't let myself being artificially taken out. Did I short a stock today? No. Well, look at this. This will probably make well, maybe not. I don't know if I'll make the watch list tomorrow's SGMS. Well, I'm sure it is. I mean, let's take a look at one of the ETFs. Well, I think the whole market's moving, of course, but there's XLE. But the whole market's moving. No, 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 no. Not short. Why? Don't you see what I'm looking at here? Look at the potential. If it's taken this out right there, that high yesterday, that high right there, that little spike right there, it's taken all this out. Oh, I see. Oh yeah. Well, stick around. Come on, Sebastian. I'm just waiting for him to show up. But if you put Oxy up and take a look at Oxy on a daily, weekly, monthly chart, look, you'll see a huge void. Void, gap, room. Okay? I mean, listen, I feel better about Oxy as this sort of a play, except it has prior baggage, previous baggage. With what's going on with was an Icon, or I can't remember who. It doesn't really matter who, but so it's got baggage from before when all this started. So it also has to overcome that. It is Icon, yeah. Thank you. I thought so. Yeah, I mean he's been the definition of an activist shareholder. Yeah, you be the judge is right. I mean, look, BIOL. Here's the 200-day moving average right there, 85. It's sitting right on it. Even if it got through a dollar, to me is they've got on the monthly chart. You've got $1.07 and $1.16. So even if it got through a dollar, you have this little area there. I mean, look, if it really tore through a dollar, I mean, and yeah, look at the volume today, huge. Then it has a shot maybe to get to the 160, but okay, guys, I'm just hanging around, just waiting for the developer to show up. If you have any questions, I can certainly answer them, or try to answer them, but this is a little bit over time. I think we're going to take out yesterday's high. I mean, the way this is moving right here, this could easily take out yesterday's high. Only have 41 minutes to go. Well, he wants to see in this new version of Chrome whether or not that's. Here we go. Let me see. All right, let me. He might not come into the room. Okay, let me just see if I can get the newest version of Chrome. All right, guys, listen. I just downloaded the latest version of Chrome. Does it help? Anybody who experiences pixelization, has that helped? Yes? Yes? So Gina, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure you were experiencing before I did this loaded this latest version of Chrome. You had pixelization on the screen or blurriness on the screen. Is that correct? You hadn't disabled your hardware accelerator. Oh, excellent. Oh my gosh! Don't tell me we got it. We finally have the fix. Gosh, maybe we've got a winner. Maybe I don't have to worry anymore. Well, we'll see tomorrow. New people coming in. Clear on an iPad. Excellent. Okay. All right, guys. So can I as a consensus so I can let the developer know? No more for those of you who had not disabled your hardware accelerator and were experiencing pixelization, blurriness on the screen just before I did this upgrade. That is disappeared now. You can see a clear screen, the whole screen, nothing but the screen. Yeah, you're an odd one, William. I don't know if it's your. Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed. And tomorrow, I'm just gonna let them know. All right, guys, I'm gonna shut down the room. All right. Ah, there we go. So, Sebastian, you're in the room. So I just done a little poll, and people who and I asked, like Gina, and somebody else, Sella. I think they had not disabled the hardware accelerator, so they were experiencing pixelization. And then I did the upgrade to 81 Chrome, Chrome 81, and it looks like it's been fixed. Nobody is telling me. Nobody is saying no, it has not been fixed. Man, how good is that? And yeah, so you didn't, and I'm assuming also, yeah, you're the only one, William. You are the only one. And but you've had problems with audio, and I think it's your system. Sorry. Yeah, but we don't want you to turn off the we don't want you to turn off the hardware accelerator. The whole idea is not having to do that, John. The whole idea is that you should be able to now correct me if I'm wrong, Sebastian. You should be able to use any browser now, and you don't have to turn off the hardware accelerator. Doesn't matter what browser you're using. Yeah, well, that shouldn't happen. So, Sebastian, is that correct, though? They should be able to use any browser? Or should they all be still using Chrome? Okay, so they should be able to use any browser. Okay. All right, well, hey, listen. Baby steps, anyway. Yeah, supported browser. Yeah, okay. Obviously Firefox, but their Trader Al is saying that it's not working for him. And he's using Firefox. Is that correct? Unless you do, yeah, you could do a relaunch and see if that works. Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, update your browser and do a restart and see if that works. This will save me so much aggravation every day. So I'm going to wait around for you to update and then a restart Trader before I leave, okay? Freedom working. But again, did you disable your hardware accelerator before Freedom? Yeah, so yeah, what we're looking for is people that have not disabled it and were experiencing problems. We know that if you disable it, yes, we know that goes away. And there's Calvin saying he turned the accelerator back on, launched, and it's clear and normal. And before it wasn't. Is that correct? And it also looks better? Okay, excellent, excellent. All right, well, Calvin, Sebastian, I think we have a winner. I will say this with William Sebastian, he's had issues on audio and all sorts of other issues in addition to not being able to see my screen. So it may be his system. Not trying to, I mean, it'd be great if you could help him, but it may be your system. So he's asking you to, okay, to support. You see his email address. All right, we have a winner here. Fantastic. Okay, William. You see his email address, support@protradingroom.com. You know, yeah, and he'll try to help you. Yeah. Now the other one, Sebastian, I know it's still not easy to do. If I only wanted to share a portion of my screen, not that that's a big deal anymore. I don't mind sharing my whole screen, but if I only wanted to share a portion of my screen, they still don't have a way to do that, right? An easy way to do that in because it's browser based. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right, guys. Well, it's been a heck of a day. I think I'm going to shut the room down now, okay? Unless there are any other questions. Any other questions? Thank you, Sebastian, also for popping in and also telling me about the upgrade. Stephen actually suggested I do it a long time ago. I just didn't want to do it while the room was open, but I guess I should have. But you're kidding, right, Locutus? You're kidding, right? Yeah. He better be, okay. You do that again, I'm not going to listen to Sirius anymore. Okay, guys, listen, I'll open the room tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Sebastian. I'm going to shut the room down now. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So, okay, I will stick around, Shankar, okay? Just a second. There was no... Yes, I know, he was on Howard Stern, wasn't he? There was no cloud setting for the entire watch list, but Shankar, I'll stick around. I'll let you... You can find the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder right at the top. Can you see that? I'm just waiting for an answer. Okay, so if you click on that and you see where it says scans that I share, if you click on download, it'll go to a Word document. And what I'm doing is I'm sharing all of my scans, not the layout so much, because first of all, not everybody wants my layout, but they'd like to pick and choose what scans they want. Okay? So for instance, the Momo up and the Momo down, that's available, in the if you download. And these three are not, but these are from my channel. Okay, so you have to load my channel. Let's move back out this, back this out. You have to load those from my channel, new channel bar, and then my windows, okay? And then remember, everything in a channel is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Otherwise, your layout will disappear. But if you've saved it to the cloud, it's not a big deal. Okay, you got it? Great. All right, everybody. Thank you. What a great day. In my watch list, I'm very happy with what happened today. I'm going to try to pare it down again tomorrow. Get just a manageable number so we can really focus on just a few stocks tomorrow. And again, you can just load it from my channel. All right, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow so Sebastian, thank you. I'm shutting down now. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So hope everybody has a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.